You're very welcome to week 2 of Mobile Creator Summit. I'm your host, Glenn Mulcahy, and I'll be with you for roughly the next 5 hours. We've been amazed by your response to last week's show. Between live viewers and playback, we've topped over 20,000 views. Now remember, the purpose of this event is to inform, to inspire, and to encourage you on your journey as a mobile content creator. Last week, we explored mobile filmmaking and mobile vlogging. In this week's show, we're going to delve into mobile documentary production and long form, and also mobile journalism. So let's not waste any more time. Joining me for the first panel today is Mike Castellucci from Austin, Texas, from the Netherlands, Twan Speerts, from Spain, Leonor Suarez, and from Germany, Matthias Stun. First up is Mike. Mike, can you hear me?
I can, Glenn. How are you this morning?
I'm good, man. How are you keeping?
I'm doing pretty good. Usually in Austin, now in Michigan. But we'll talk about that too.
Oh, okay. Is that part of the whole lockdown COVID situation in the States?
Yeah, it is. I usually would be down there now shooting more phoning it in shows for WFAA in Dallas, but everything's on pause, isn't it?
Everything is on pause, absolutely. And no let up in sight, certainly in Ireland at the moment. The government are saying a few weeks' time at least before they'll make any announcement on easing restrictions. What are the things like stateside?
It's about the same. Here in Michigan, they just extended the stay-at-home order for another few weeks. They're trying to reopen the economy. I just, I don't know. Let's not talk politically, but for right now, it is what it is, and we all try to do the best we can.
Yeah, I know. Tough one, but I suppose best left aside, we'll focus on the topic of the day, really.
Yeah.
So mobile and your journey basically as a mobile content creator, Mike. We've crossed paths numerous times, sometimes on this side of the pond in Ireland. But you want to bring us back to the beginning of this journey as a mobile content creator?
Well, I'd like to, just for a little background, and it includes you. But about 5 years ago, my boss at WFAA, Carolyn Mungo, came up to me with a challenge. She said, "Hey, could you go out and shoot a 2-minute story that will air on the broadcast tonight using only your phone?" I said, "I don't know." So I cobbled some gear together, went out. There was a famous artist in town that we wanted to cover. And I got there and we started chatting. And after a while, the artist looked around and he said, "Your camera person coming? Audio person, lights, anything?" And I said, "No, you know what? Today I'm just going to do it with my phone." And he was visibly underwhelmed. But I said, "Just trust me and we'll see how it goes." Fast forward, the story aired. He calls me right after the broadcast and he says, "Okay, I get it." So I knew then that it could be done. And then me taking everything to the extreme, I thought, well, if I could do 2-minute stories, then I can surely put together a half-hour special. And so I did. And that was the first Phoning It In about 5 years ago. We promoted it as a broadcast first. Hard to do broadcast first these days, but no one in the country was doing it. Little did I know, Glenn, you and a little band of mobile journalists over in Europe had been doing it for years. Not over here. I suspect are a little behind what you guys have been doing there for a number of years. I think that's changing now. We could talk about that in a little bit. But since then, I've done 5 now half-hour Phoning It In specials. The 5th one is slated to air WFAA in Dallas in the next couple of weeks. And if I could get Elliot, where it's 5 a.m. to roll that videotape, this is how that one will look. Texas.
Sometimes your arm falls off. There we go.
The people here define this state, but you can't put a singular definition on all of them. That would be like asking a musician to define their music. They hate that.
Your art will be seen.
For instance, is Justin Terveen a storm chaser? Is he a famous Dallas skyline photographer?
No, I can talk.
Or is he an explorer? Definitions.
I don't even drink coffee.
A dictionary definition of the people here would take more words and sentences
Hey everybody, how are we
than the
doing
Texas countryside is wide.
This is it, what's left of it.
They're just as happy in a junkyard finding a lost love as they are gazing at a current one at the drive-in.
I have 4 of these,
Texans invent,
and I love corn dogs.
and create, and they inspire all of us. So here's the deal. I tell their stories from the Panhandle south.
Coming to see Mike Castellucci. Move back.
And I do it different, non-traditional. I use only my iPhone entirely.
Oh, he's unpredictable.
That's why it's called phoning it in. It doesn't matter if it's in the city, on a trail, on the road, or in the middle of nowhere. Texans will share their inspiring stories with me, and I get to play it forward with you.
They all got a story to tell.
And it starts here. Sure, I tell stories on my phone. Imagine being able to tell stories on your shirt. Yeah, my favorite part of that is when the about 2,000-pound buffalo comes trotting in the house and she says, "Here's Mike Castellucci." Move back. I moved back quick, believe me.
Yeah, I noticed that, and you kept rolling too. True pro. But the thing that always strikes me whenever I see you want to get in is the sheer pacing, like the intensity of the editing. It's insane. Like it's immediately infectious. You kind of get this sense of there's so much in this, and it's full of energy and full of great stories. And it really comes across both in the way that you edit and the way that you script. I mean, the pacing of the scripting is incredible.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. It's just, it's just my style, and I thought I was doing something that everybody else did, but when I did come over to your Mojo Fest, Mojo Cons, I did realize that maybe I was doing something a little different. So I appreciated that. So I still air 2 and 3 minute stories on WFAA and around the country, really, using only my phone, and then they become part of the phoning it in shows. But what I've found interesting and fun for me in the last couple of years is I like to compete with, and competitions for awards in this business. That's how we're judged. So I like to know where I stand. And what's become fun for me is to play on the same playing field as everybody else in this business. I mean, WFA is the 5th largest market in the country, and I'm honored to be the RTDNA, the Edward R. Murrow winner for innovation currently. And so when that happens, it just means that people are looking at it on the same level. I don't even tell people that I shoot with my phone anymore, because sometimes in the business, it may be looked upon differently. And I really would like to know if there are any, I know all of the folks, not all of them, but I know the Murrow folks, I know the Emmy folks, and I know the NPPA folks, National Press Photographers Association. They're one of the standards in this business. And I wonder if I competed with them, if they would judge me on what they see, or because they know what I do. I think most of them, if they would say, "Oh no, he's doing that with a phone. That's different." But it's an interesting. If anybody from NPPA is watching, I'd love to hear your comments on that. But speaking of competitions, this story here that I wanted to show just won a national competition, and I'm pretty proud of it. And Elliot, if you could roll that videotape, we'll show this story from Dallas, Texas.
It's really cool. I like it a lot. I like that you can get coffee or tea.
Imagine what's waiting inside.
So we are going to Opening Bell Coffee.
Coffee cups and hundreds of past performances.
Maren Morris used to play her. That's really cool.
On Thursdays, Wednesdays, Tuesdays, Fridays. Today is Sunday.
Oh, I need to get a poster. I should get a poster.
For some, the Opening Bell Coffee Shop is a basement office with a barista. There's work and play.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Sorry is on the menu.
I won.
Everyone focused differently, all stirred together with coffee.
I mean, I still get stage fright.
Imagine
Hi.
walking through strangers, hoping the disruption you're about to cause is a welcome one.
Usually on Sundays, I know they always have some live performances.
They're busy today.
For as long as she can remember.
My name is Kaylee Nell. I'm a singer-songwriter from Arlington, Texas.
Kaylee Nell had that dream, getting a record deal and making it as a singer-songwriter. Her story is what it's like before she gets famous.
Thank you.
It can be really discouraging at sometimes, but I think that's with anything.
Singing in front of audiences who might be there anyway.
In some situations, you are background music. In other situations, people really make a true connection with you.
And if you were lucky enough to be here on this Sunday afternoon, you probably connected with Kaylee. Kaylee's grandpa, Leyland, never misses a performance no matter where it is. And Kaylee never misses the chance to invite her inspiration on stage. Everybody who found themselves inside the coffee shop stopped and clapped.
Give it up for Leyland, everybody.
Grandpa Leyland might have to go out on the road with her when the record deal and the tour become reality.
He supports me more than anyone I ever have known.
So great to be able to sing with her, though. Makes me feel good inside.
A missed moment,
You make me happy.
unless you found yourself buried in work or playing games at the Opening Bell coffee shop on a Sunday afternoon. Then you might have felt lucky. In Dallas, Mike Castellucci, Channel 8 News.
That's my favorite singer right there.
Yeah, that's my favorite singer right there. Just a little slice of life.
Yeah, but that's what you do so well. Like, you document the human condition in a really personable and intimate way. And I mean, you're master at getting at to the heart of the story. Do you think the phone, do you think that helps? Do you think that's an advantage or a limitation?
Yeah, definitely a advantage. Only that first artist who seemed a little underwhelmed. That was the last one, years ago that seemed that way. It seems like when I go out, I call it my one-day relationship with the subject. They seem much more at ease, and maybe that comes with a lot of different things, I guess. But it seems like I can hear them think, he's only got a phone. What damage can he do? And so it becomes an easier, more intimate type of thing. Speaking of the phone, when I do the phoning it in specials, so those are the stories, hopefully touching, hopefully inspiring. But in between those stories, I always like to be a little sarcastic, and I've done it in every show. And I use that sarcasm to talk about using. I'm laughing at myself now about using only a phone. So here's a little clip from the last phoning it in that maybe people in the business and those that aren't in the business might get a chuckle over. Roll it, Elliot.
Yeah, so I don't think I'll ever use this phone booth again. It's a lot of traffic.
Hey, you gonna get that? You can't just let a phone keep ringing like that. Do you mind? Excuse me, I'm trying to get in a phone booth. Excuse me. Talk to me.
Who's this?
Yeah, this is National Edward R. Murrow Award winner for video excellence, Andy Wallace. Who's this?
Mike Castellucci. I phone it in. I shoot everything entirely.
Yeah. Those stories with the iPhones. Great. Yeah. Real cute. Yeah, I can tell the difference. I'm the real photojournalist here. I have the eye, and you're not going to get anything past us.
I'm not trying to get anything past any.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. So you're trying to add anxiety to the traditional photographer. Great.
I don't think phonography is going away anytime soon, but it's not about the phone. It's about the creativity of the person using it. Technology changes, storytelling never will.
You know it's against the law to shoot vertical video.
There's a healthy debate about that.
Yeah, just my little mantra, I guess, weaved in there.
I think pretty much anyone that's been in the the Mojo game for a few years has probably had encounters like that with cameramen. In fairness, you know, it's kind of, I've often kind of felt that if they really stood back and thought about it and just saw it at another camera, I think it's the ultimate paradox that they'll happily accept a Canon 5D Mark IV. You know, it's a DSLR, it's not a proper camera, but we'll take that.
Right.
No, phone. No, there's no sets of really logical rules in this, I think.
Right. And I just wanted Andy with all of his gear, Andy Wallace, who's a great photographer, a photojournalist. I just wanted him in that little phone booth with all of his gear. So it all worked out. And speaking of, and by the way, they are using now phones right now. I hope they don't put me out of a job, but because of this global shutdown, things have changed, obviously. And during that time, I just wanted to maybe show you this piece. People are starting to sense that it's a little harder to be creative, and then even harder that you have to use a mobile device. Well, not necessarily, and that's why I went out and did this piece. It's to honor high school seniors who've lost their prom and graduation, and we're going to try to make this a nationwide initiative called Prom on the Porch. This one I did in Michigan, and I'd love for you to take a look at that now. Really, we're all together, just not in normal places. Surrounded by Great Lakes and sadness.
I cry a lot.
And gratitude.
I love making steaks.
It's a complicated recipe in Okemos, Michigan.
It's been different being home all the time.
It's spring.
The weather's finally nice, so we can be outside.
When so much happens in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, I did go through all my dresses I've worn in high school, so I did have my own little fashion show like every day.
For high school seniors.
Every day feels the same.
Like Maddie Cermak. Seems her high school never closes. Hard finding a parking spot in the lot at any hour. Not this year.
It's just really sad not having your last prom.
Prom and graduation gone. Maddie was up for salvaging any piece of prom and thought if she dressed up.
It's definitely really nice that the weather's better because we can be outside and stuff.
And stood on her porch, and then Ollie,
Hello.
her date, dressed up.
I wish it could happen.
Stood on his.
I can't say dressing up was my favorite thing, but I really wanted to for prom, our last prom.
And they talked about it together with some editing help.
Okay, so that'll be fun.
They have a memory to hold on to.
Just really proud of her.
Consider this, Okemos High's prom on the porch. We even invited another couple.
I don't think it's really going to affect me in the long
Well,
run.
I've kind of learned to accept it.
I think she's pretty darn amazing. I think she's resilient. She's looking for the positive. I really like how the kids are staying connected.
Maddie's mom, Christine, has one senior. Make that 340 seniors. She's the principal at Okemos High.
To be moms, to be dads, and to be okay with being sad and crying in front of our kids and sharing our feelings.
The prom on the porch is a substitute for sure, but maybe a little consolation. A chance to feel normal again.
I would probably had a jacket too.
Hopefully he enjoys it just as much.
She's talking to her date now.
Yeah, hopefully he just knows that this is all we have.
We made history, I guess.
Surrounded by Great Lakes, sadness, and gratitude. Maybe these seniors can add one more ingredient. A memory of senior prom on the porch. In Okemos, I'm Mike Castellucci. Yeah, tough for all of us right now. But I just put a couple of wireless microphones, Sennheiser microphones, on flower pots and pillars, and that's how it worked. I do want to share this one audio thing that I thought everybody would know about in our business, but doesn't. And that is with the FiLMiC Pro app that I use, and most all of us use it. You can get great audio without having to put a microphone close to your subject if the subject has a Bluetooth with them, and most everybody, at least who I come across, does. And the AirPod or whatever. Look at this test that I just did, and if you connect with FiLMiC Pro to her Bluetooth, for example, the audio is spectacular. Take a listen.
What are you gonna do today? I'm gonna exercise and shoot some baskets. Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, it's working. I just, told an entire station group that I thought, I'm probably telling you something you already know, and they said no, we didn't. And so, they're going to use that now when they're interviewing people, since they can't even get close and they can't get their microphones close. Perfect way to do it. FiLMiC Pro.
Well, it's a very handy little hack. I mean, I think one of the things that all the trainers would know is using the headphones as an emergency lapel mic if you're stuck in that situation. So I guess it makes sense that you would extend it out to the AirPods. I know Bluetooth as a standard there's a new version of it coming, and it's apparently going to come up to full broadcast spec as in 48K audio. But I mean, the sound on that was actually, 100% more than usable. Yeah, so a great hack.
Can I share one more tool? What do we have time? Are we out of time?
We're 1 minute over, but go for it. I started up going
quick. This could be a world premiere. But people ask me what I use, and I don't usually tell them anymore with all of you because everybody has their own equipment. But this could be a world premiere. This is the new Beast Cage for the 11 Pro. But the amazing thing about this, and they're not available yet. They will be soon. But the amazing thing about this is you can, it's weird doing it backwards. You can use any of your lenses. You can use Beast Grip lenses. You can use Moment. You can use Moondog Labs. This little piece comes out. You put it in like so. And boy, I can't do it upside down. That's for sure. But any lens that you have will work. And it's really amazing. They're gonna it'll be out shortly with this. I can't even get this back in because I tried it upside down and now I'm upside down.
Well, I'm going to assume that amidst the huge flurry of questions that are flying up along the screen, that there's going to be quite a few gear questions in there. There usually are. So how about we just turn to the audience at the minute and ask them if they have questions for you.
Absolutely. I'll just show you this. It's just a bayonet mount of any lens, and you can check.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's really great.
So question here from Steven Sandberg. Mike, what advice do you have for students shooting with phones only, no accessories, extra equipment, etc.?
Well, so here's the thing. Why I'm here at Michigan State, we started a storytelling with phones course, and it went amazing. We provide them, or they have to buy a little kit, but the kit is not a lot of money. It's less than a textbook. And we don't have a textbook, so that's the trade-off. And they use this little kit, and they use Luma Fusion as the editing app on their phone, and they were creating stories halfway through the semester, and now they're pros at it. And in fact, it helped them and us with our student newscast, because when everything shut down, they went out, they fanned out wherever they were, and they covered this state better than any newsroom could. And then they know how to do it. So anyway, there are a lot of different ways to use a phone. Just be creative. You might use a couple of little pieces of equipment, but very cheap, very cheap.
I mean, the AirPod hack and the headphone hack is probably the first one to go to, because you probably have that gear already, right? So
and Mark Settle's little thing where he puts the phone with a rubber band on a water bottle for a tripod.
Yep.
Terrific.
Handy hack as well. Hack as well. Absolutely. There was a question popped up there for a split second. It was in relation to shooting on your phone. The question is, do you also edit on that same phone, or are you editing on an iPad, or are you editing on something else? That's a Mark Warner.
So with phoning it in, I edit on my laptop, my MacBook Pro in Final Cut Pro. But like I just told you, all of our class is editing on their phone or iPads with Luma Fusion. And
very good.
Let me just tell you, in between these questions, and I think Elliot might have the still shots, but when people ask me, is this going to go away, the mobile journal? I said, I don't know. I only know that newsrooms are not going to get bigger, and cameras are not going to get bigger like they were back here. Let me show you this picture right here that I pulled up. This is the first mobile journalist, I think. I don't know if we have those or not, but I just thought I'd show you that. Do we have him,
You know,
Elliot? I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably looking for it. But I mean, I know you're talking about the large ENG kit. I think it's there. It is there. Oh wow.
Yeah,
we're going we're really going back. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that, and then the next one is even better. It's a perfect camera for a boat. Take a look at this one. I don't know why we wouldn't go back to that, actually.
Oh yeah, wow. And I thought the ENG cameras, like I don't know any professional cameraman yet who hasn't ended up with some level of back trouble, to be perfectly honest. I'm not kidding about that. Yeah, 100%. Wow. Interesting times, yes, for sure. More questions. Mark Settle, as you mentioned him, a homage to the Appmeister himself. I love Mike's style so much. It's different with fast pacing and short clips from interviewees. I show the phone booth pit in training at the BBC. How long does the editing take on average? Yeah, and they're far from average, he says.
Well, thanks, Mark. I wish I was with you at breakfast at NUI Galway right now discussing these things. But how long do they take to edit the piece that I showed you at the coffee house? I don't know if I a day or so. I mean, I do some of these pieces as a day turn, start in the morning, air them that night. But most of the ones for phoning it in, I take a couple of days to do. But
which, to be fair, is not. I mean, in video journalism terms, for a feature piece, it would be quite normal to take a day to shoot and a day to edit. So I don't think there's any, massive difference. I mean, and also I would argue the complexity of your pieces is substantially more than an average feature piece because your shots are so snappy and the pacing is so fast.
Well, and I like to take all of the skepticism and shoot it down. When people were saying that I had a day or two to put a piece together, well, then I started doing day turns and the flow was fine. So
yeah, okay, very good. We'll take one or two more questions. We have a little bit of time. There's a question from Rob Montgomery in Berlin. He says, Mike, are you shot planning and scripting the same as before? And yes, you are also filming it, but edits like this are highly scripted, and I don't think people realize that there's no app for that.
Yeah, you can't go to the camera store and buy that one, huh? No, I don't. I script out, my story. Storytelling is the key to these, as I like to say, and maybe we'll do that in the group discussion. But, I always say technology changes, storytelling never will. That's all any of us want is a great story to be told to us. And if we can do it with beautiful pictures and great nat sound and then weave an emotional, engaging story around that, then we've got to win. If we could come up with some sort of emotion from a viewer in 10 seconds or a minute and a half, then it's a win for all of us because it inspires people. But I don't script. When I edit, I don't have I do have a script, but I just try things as I go. And if they stick, then great. And if not, I'll edit them out.
Nice work. I'll actually fire one question at you because I'm interested in the piece that you did do with the musician in the coffee shop. Like a lot of that was moving tracking shots behind her. Are you using a gimbal for those shots, or is it just handheld with image stabilization to the phone? How do you go about that?
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't use a gimbal. I've never used a gimbal. I just used a gimbal for the first time in a story that you didn't see, and it'll be in the new piece. It was on bicycles going around a lake, and I thought that would be the only way to do it. Is to be on a bicycle myself. And so that's the one time, but never have I used a gimbal. And I teach that little, you call it a hack. I call it the poor person Steadicam, where it's just a way, I've developed a way to, heel toe and look really dumb as you walk, but I don't care. And you just gotta, it's just me walking.
It's bend your knees, that technique, is it? So you kind of soft step. Yeah,
that's exactly
right.
Very good. Yeah.
Well, look, I could quite genuinely sit and talk to you for the next hour and a half, no problem. But unfortunately, we have run out of time. But we will have you back in around an hour and a half for the panel discussion, hopefully, and we can delve into some more of the questions because there's quite a lot there. So I don't think we're going to be for talking points. But for now, Mike, thank you so much for sharing your insights. I look forward to following up the conversation in a little while.
Looking forward to it. See you soon.
Thank you so much. So that's Mike Castellucci joining us from the United States. Next up, we have Twan Speerts, who is joining us from the Netherlands. Twan, are you there?
Hello. Good evening, Glenn.
How are you? Are you good? I'm well, thanks. I'm very well. How are things in the
very well as
Netherlands?
Things are pretty busy. We're in the lockdown situation, as is everybody. I guess it's not that strict in here, but yeah, it's a strange time for all of us, I think.
Are you still producing content? Are you allowed to go out to film, or are you trying to source stuff from home? Where are you at?
I have like a couple of different jobs at the same time. Journalism work is still going on, so broadcasters are still making reports, just like always, but then with the bigger distance between them and the subject. And my other job is all the gear you see behind me. There's a business around that, and that's kind of exploding right now because everybody uses their phone now for what kind of communication or shooting or video conferencing. So a lot of people are working with stuff like that. So that's quite busy.
I'm interested to know, has the supply chain from China reopened, or are you struggling to get stuff in to meet the demand?
It's not that bad. China is mostly open. Transport is pretty expensive now because everybody wants to transport stuff from Asia to Europe. Also because of all the PPE, the mouth masks and everything like that. But it's not too bad.
Okay, very good. Anyway, we could talk about gear, but let's not. Let's talk about storytelling and documentary. So you've
Exactly.
done it more than once. You've done a pretty amazing documentary piece, which was also kind of a week, or was a daily report from the field. Do you want to tell us about the project?
Yes, I have a presentation prepared. Maybe it's good to show that.
Great.
But first, before I'm going to talk about the project, we did a short introduction about myself. My name is Twan. I'm a reporter, journalist, mobile journalist from the Netherlands. I work in all different kinds of situations. I've been a freelancer for all my life. My journalism work is about 90% Mojo for the last 4 or 5 years. And apart from the journalism work, I also do a lot of training and advising media companies. And because of that, because of all the training work and the advising work, and my focus is not that much on the actual storytelling, because people like Mike Castellucci, you just saw before, or Philip Bromwell, or Leonard, who is after me, are much better storytellers than I am, but I'm more like a gadget nerd. So out of that, I started another company called Mojo Gear, and we develop all kinds of mobile equipment, mobile gear, hence the name. And we also advise companies how to work with all kinds of Mojo gear. So more on that later. I have a Twitter account, so you can follow me there. What I'm going to talk about in the next 15-20 minutes is about the project we did in the desert, the mobile documentaries we made there, something about the gear we used making those documentaries, and some practical tips, some experiences, things we experienced while making that documentaries, so some things we run into. The Dakar Rally, that's the subject of our documentaries. My colleague Ronald and I, we made those documentaries for a Dutch broadcaster called Omroep Brabant. It's from a region in the south of the Netherlands. The Dakar Rally is the biggest cross-country rally in the world, with a lot of motorbikes and cars and trucks. And a lot of people from our region attend that rally every year, compete in that rally. So that's why we went there to follow them and make a documentary about that. But making that documentary was not the only thing we did. We did this project for 3 years now. And apart from the documentary, we also made a lot of stories each day. Some were full reports for online or TV with voiceover and music and everything. Some were just interviews. And over the course of the rally, which is about 2 weeks, we probably produced about 100 stories per year. So it was very busy. And then at the end, everything, we put that together into one documentary. The rally was, it's a cross-country rally. It's in the desert. For the last 2 years, it was in South America, basically most of the time in Peru. This year was in Saudi Arabia. And when you're out in the desert and shooting there, the phone is really the best device you can imagine, because it's your Swiss Army knife at a moment like that. When you're out in the desert, the phone is the only device you have, and it's capable to do everything you want at that time. 3 reasons why we choose to make this documentary and do this whole project only with our mobile phones. The first reason is speed. Just like the post-match interviews, the football interview you see often on TV, speed is very important, because when you do those interviews, you have to publish them as fast as possible, because otherwise other media will publish something like that. So speed is very important, and we only had limited time often to talk to the drivers in this rally, and because of we could film and edit and publish all on the same device. That was by far the fastest way we could do this. We were very flexible. As you can see in the picture, we traveled really light, just with a grip and a phone and some accessories, not too much. So we could very easily move from one place to another without having to carry all the stuff, and we had to walk for hours often, so very long days, and then it's easy to be flexible and not having to worry about big equipment, just a very small backpack often, and that was all our equipment. Also, to follow people, to improvise. Often we made a plan in the morning, and then at the end of the day we made something completely different. So when you're very flexible working with your phone, it's very easy to improvise. But the third reason, maybe the most important reason why we did this project completely Mojo, was the intimacy. Filming with your mobile phone is the easiest way to really get close to people. And when we were filming this documentary, we talked a lot with the engineers and the people that worked on the trucks, also the drivers, but mostly like the engineers, they were not used to talking to camera. So it's very handy to film with a small device, so they don't get like stressed. So it's very easy to get close, and they often, the competitors, but also the engineers, often didn't even notice we were there. So we really got the fly on the wall idea sometimes, and that gave us some really unique content. Let's watch to a short promo of one of the documentaries we made, so you can get like an idea of what we made.
We zullen elkaar helpen als we vasthouden.
Make my day. In bloed, zweet en zand kruip je in de huid van de Brabantse Dakar-deelnemers.
Als je zegt van ik heb je niet gezien, dan heeft hij morgen blauw oog.
Gerard de Rooij, Tom van Genuchten en Maurik van den Heuvel geven je een kijkje achter de schermen.
Eén plaats, dat is het eerste. Als we dan 1, 2, 3 hebben, dat is goed. Dan moet je gewoon geluk hebben.
Beleef deze unieke beelden van de Dakar Rally 2019 in Peru.
Op auto, dat kan alles gebeuren.
We gaan gas geven.
Vandaag. Bloed, zweet en zand. Zweet mee en mis het niet.
Yeah, this was a promo for last year's documentary. Some things about the workflow we used. We were a two-man crew, a two-person crew, and we filmed everything on both our phones with FiLMiC Pro. We had some backup phones as well. And then we edited everything during the rally with Luma Fusion on the same phones. And because we often shot with 2 phones, we had to airdrop a lot from the one phone to the other. That was the fastest way to get content from A to B. And then after we completed the edit and the full edit, including graphics and everything, we transferred everything back to our station by FTP to their FTP server, or uploaded on social media directly. We also had a laptop to write the articles for the website and the app, and then we could publish everything, including the video, right away from the middle of the desert with some 4G internet, and that was like the only thing we needed. And then after we got back home, we compiled everything to this half-an-hour documentary. As you can see in the promo, you often saw the windshield from the microphone like this. And that's not really something that people use a lot for documentaries. We had to compromise a bit because this was like a hybrid project. We were doing all kinds of different things, and the documentary was one part of that. And often we only had very limited time to talk to the drivers and to get the short interview after they crossed the finish line. And then working with a handheld microphone was the fastest way to do that. Working without the microphone or with a on-camera microphone was not an option because there often was a lot of noise, like trucks with the engine still running and people working on the trucks, and that's a lot of noise. So we had to get good audio, and then that ugly microphone was often the only way to achieve that. We also used lavalier microphones, wireless microphones, but most of the time we used handheld microphones like this. We use different cameras, and I say, we shot everything by our phone. That's not completely true. We also had a drone to get some of these drone shots. Also, just a very short piece. And we also had a GoPro that we mounted to all different, used in different scenarios. Like we mounted it to the windscreen of one of the trucks during one of the stages, and that didn't go completely well. GoPro was fine, but the windshield of the truck was not completely fine. So those are some of the other cameras we used. And everything was again edited on the phone. Something about media management, because we shot a lot of material for, I think, about 20 hours or even more of raw material. So media management was a thing because phones get full. Even if you have a phone with a lot of storage, after 2 weeks of shooting, phones get full. So we had to offload our footage often from the phone to an external hard drive. We did that via a laptop. We also shot most of the stuff in HD, not in 4K. We didn't broadcast in 4K, so that wasn't really needed. And because of the space, we chose to shoot everything in HD, so we had more space available on the phone. When you're shooting big project like this, it might come in handy to use the iCloud photo library when you're on an iPhone, and to set that to optimize storage, so you can keep shooting and your phone will upload everything to iCloud and make sure you have enough space. And that sounded like a good idea, but turns out it's not that much of a good idea when you're in the desert with a bad Wi-Fi or no Wi-Fi at all, and sometimes in hotels. So it was difficult to get everything uploaded to iCloud. So at the end, that didn't really work out. And the phone said, we have a lot of space available, but it was completely full. So we had to offload everything physically on 2 different hard drives, actually, and we stored them on 2 different places. So if one got stolen, then we still had the other one. A couple of things about the gear we used, and gear I like to use myself. And as I said, I'm kind of a gadget nerd. So this is one of the things I like to talk about, and I like to experiment with and buy new stuff and develop new gear. We used a lot phone grips like this for so you can turn in your phone, put your phone in like this, screw it, put a light on top or a microphone on top. So that can be very easy to get stable shots with your phone without having to carry a tripod or something like that. We did use a tripod like this. And this is a tripod with a detachable monopod. So I can detach the middle column and make a monopod out of it. Also nice for drone shots. Difficult to show that here. We didn't use a tripod that much. We had a couple of shots with a tripod, like longer interviews sometimes. But most of the time, that tripod stayed in our car, and we didn't walk around with it all the time. Microphones, talk about the handheld microphones, also used some wireless lavalier microphones sometime. LED lights. I tend to use an LED light when it gets a little bit dark, and we did a lot of filming at night, so then an LED light can come in very handy. You don't have to use like a big bulky LED light, because small lights like this, that can be bicolor, so you have all the colors you want and everything between white and yellow, and they are very strong in small lights like this, so it can fit in your pocket. And that's often one of the requirements for me, all the gear I carry has to be able to fit in my pocket or in a small backpack, so it's easy to carry it around. We didn't use a gimbal for most of the time. I have some gimbals there, but often it was just too much of a hassle, and especially with the newer phones, the internal optical stabilization mechanism, for instance, on the iPhone 11 is so great. So yeah, the advantages of a gimbal are just too limited, at least in our use case, for the bulkiness and the difficulties it gets. So that's where we didn't use a gimbal for most of the time. We did use flexible mini tripods like this a lot of times to put the phone in like strange places on 3 branches and stuff like that. And we did use power banks a lot. And I can't show the logo because it's my own company's logo. This is from my own brand. And I don't want to, this is not a commercial thing. But we did use power banks a lot. Because coming to the practical tips, charging when you're doing long days with long shoots, charging your phone is very important. The first thing we did when we got out of a hotel or got out of the car was put our phone in a power bank, and when we're not running around, we put a phone in a wall charger, so it was charging all the time. To quote the great Marc Blanchettel, always be charging ABC. That's one of the most important advice I can give you. Cleaning your lens, and this is like very basic tips, and many of you will probably all know this, but I saw last week in the comments there are also a lot of new people around here, so some basic tips might be helpful for a lot of you. Clean your lens can be very important. When you see the picture here, you see all the lens flares on the lights, and that's not something you often want. In this case, it's just dust or something on the lens. So clean your lens. Use your shirt or a cloth or something. Can be very useful. And even though we repeatedly said to each other, "Did you clean your lens?" At the end, we had to. We had some shots where we had to, like, the quality was just not good because the lens was dirty. In a shot like this, this was filmed in a driving car with a lot of differences in the amount of light, shadows or sun. So the amount of light in the shot was changing all the time. And then it's very, very important to lock your focus and especially lock your exposure. Also your white balance can be done very easily by FiLMiC Pro in FiLMiC Pro. So that's one of the important things you should never forget, especially in a changing environment, just like here. Microphones, we talked about that already. And like I heard Glenn saying that already, use your earphones as a microphone if you don't have a microphone available. Just the simple earphones like this. They have a microphone. You can use that to talk, and you can also use that with most phones to record audio when you're recording video. So that's a really good way when you don't have an expensive microphone with you. And if not, really get as close to the subject as possible. But even then, in a shot like this with a truck in the background with a running engine, you really need a microphone to get good quality audio or get really, really, really close to the person who's talking. One of the cool things about shooting with a phone is that you can work with shallow depth of field really easy. And no, a phone is not like a big lens camera with a big sensor or DSLR where you can do that. Maybe easier, but because your phone is so small, you can put it everywhere. It's very easy to work with shallow depth of field. Your subject in the very front, close to the lens, and the background can be blurry, or the other way around. You can even automate that with focus pulls in FiLMiC Pro. You can do that better in FiLMiC Pro than on a big ENG camera. In film sets, people have like a focus puller or somebody that only pulls focus all the time. In FiLMiC Pro, you can do that all by yourself. And we use that quite a lot to get some beauty shots. And that's one of the cool things about filming with your phone. Check your disk space. We did that every day to make sure we had enough space so our recordings wouldn't just stop. We had that one time. That's not really advisable. Put your phone in flight mode before you start recording, because otherwise your mom will call you, or the office will call you, station will call you, and that's not really handy. And my last tip is be creative, have fun. You have the greatest device in the world in your hands. Use it to make great content. And I talked a lot about gear, and yeah, that's one of the things I'm fascinated about. But that's really not the important part. The important part is you have this great device, use it to tell great stories, and that's basically what I had to say.
Fantastic, great tips and really, really great advice now. Before I go to the questions, and we're bang on time, well done you. I have two things. So iPhone and Saudi Arabia. Two things come to mind: heat and sand. Discuss.
Heat was sometimes a thing. We try to get our phone in the shade, keep our phone in the shade as good as possible, especially behind a car windshield. It can get very hot there. We didn't have too much issues with that. The sun can be annoying when you try to focus on your phone screen and you cannot really see what is going on because of the sun. So we sometimes try to make like a hood with some clothes or with some carton, or find some shade to see what we were doing. And we often had to rely on the autofocus option in FiLMiC Pro because it was often difficult because of the sun to see what we were doing. Sand wasn't really an issue. After we got home, I have like this bottle of air, compressed air. So I used that to clean everything, and still find sand at some places in my room here after 3 months. But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, okay. I'm also really intrigued by the fact that you said that you're editing for the daily turnaround stuff. You're editing on the phone, whereas a lot of people, both last week and later today, I know already, will mention the iPad. Was there a specific reason why you chose just to stay in the phone and AirDrop between the two iPhones?
Yes, because we were like literally running around all the time, and I did have an iPad with me this year. We use that sometimes, but like in a car or when you're just walking from A to B and you quickly have to cut an interview or make a short edit, then just using your phone is the fastest way to do that, and often the only way to do that. And often between two interviews, we just had one interview, then we had like 3 minutes pause, so we could just edit the first interview and then publish it and then do the second interview, all from the same device. So yeah, that's the reason we did everything, most of the stuff on our phone.
Very good. And if you're doing a complete production workflow on your phone, then that raises the question about on-screen graphics and titles. Like, how did you... Like, did you just finish the edit and send it back to the station to be branded for distribution, or were you publishing directly?
And no, I think I can show that. Let me get a second. I can show that to you here. Yeah, this is Luma Fusion on my phone. And as you can see, we have titles, we have bumpers, we have, let's see, we have a lower third title here. We have a bumper at the end somewhere. I'm not sure where it is, like here. So we did import all the graphics into Luma Fusion. We recreated the graphics we use in Avid for desktop editing. So we recreated everything in Luma Fusion, and all reporters of the station have a kit with all the titles, the lower thirds, and all the graphics on their phone. So the whole company identity is in Luma Fusion, so everybody can use that everywhere and publish with the company identity with all the graphics from everywhere.
That's a really helpful tip. And did someone in your graphics team, did they kind of build that for you? Did you have to do it manually yourself? Because I know.
Yeah, at first they were kind of hesitating because there are some limitations. But yeah, at the end we worked together, myself and one of the guys on the graphic team, to make this and to recreate everything. So it wasn't too much of a deal. So yeah, and just in Luma Fusion you can easily make presets, and you can share those presets via the Files app to other people. So that's kind of easy, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay. So we focused on all the positives. I'm just wondering, like, what was the biggest boo-boo? Okay, dirty lens. I got that. You have to drop some shots. Was there any? I won't use the word catastrophic. That'd be overstating. But was there any massive boo-boos?
Not really. I think we had one time where our phone completely crashed on a crucial moment. So we had this, there was the two drivers who were angry at each other because the one didn't help the other one. And we were filming that. And at that moment, I'm not sure actually what happened, but at the end, it wasn't recorded. So yeah, that's the only thing I really can imagine. And there's one downside of course, when using your phone, you don't have the zoom length to get very close to like something in the distance, especially when we're trying to shoot like the cars and the trucks that are passing by on the tracks. Yeah, you're kind of limited. Then shooting in 4K and cropping it afterwards is a way to get that a little better. And with all the newer phones, you at least have some kind of telephoto lens. But yeah, you don't get as close to a subject as with the big camera. But that's really the only big downside we had.
Okay, now I have to ask you. There's another question in there. What is the best tele lens for iPhone? I don't know. Do you want to comment on that?
No, we didn't use any external lenses. I have a wide-angle lens I use with the B-Script often, but no external telelens because most of them, the quality, it's not too good, or it's very easy to get shaky footage, so you have to use a tripod. So it wasn't just worth it for what we did.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate just for a second. So you know the latest Samsung S20 has I think it's 100x zoom for photograph and a 30x zoom for video. So if zoom was the only thing that was lacking from the shoot, why did you choose to use iOS?
Because we are both working on iOS devices most of the time. Luma Fusion is not available for Android, and in our workflow, working with Luma Fusion was really important part for all the graphics and everything like that, and the quick turnaround times and the whole integration. And we had like this whole template for our project with everything already set up. So yeah, that's basically the reason. It just works, and I have an Android device here as well, and I brought that with me as well sometimes to receive stuff from that people shot with other Android device, like people in the crowd. But yeah, that was really the reason. And when we started doing this project, the first time was 2.5 years ago. The whole zoom thing was less prominent than it is now. And the 30 times zoom on the Samsung phones is more like marketing than it's really real 30 times zoom.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on it because I haven't played with the S20, but I'm inclined to probably agree with you, even blind testing it. I noticed, sorry for eavesdropping if there's a visual version for that, but you read hydrogen over your shoulder.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm a gadget nut, so I tend to buy new stuff when it gets out, and that's probably one of the things I shouldn't have bought because it's not too great. The stabilization is really shitty, and the video quality is okay, but it's Red makes these great awesome film cameras, and they make awesome stuff, but this wasn't their most successful project.
Yeah, I think it's now officially dead, isn't it? But anyway, it's moving swiftly on. Right, last question. I'll just fire one out. Oh, hang on. Imtiaz Mahmoud said, which drone do you prefer for Mojo?
I only own one drone. That's a DJI Mavic Pro, so that's the one used for that shot. Yeah, I'm not an expert on drones, so I would prefer a small drone. And when the Mavic came out, that was the smallest professional drone available. There are smaller ones now. Please use a small drone because it's bulky, and I use my drone not nearly enough as I would want to. So the smaller it is, the easier you carry it with you, the easier it fits in your backpack, and the more you'll use it.
I could ask you another 40 questions about the drone in the desert, but I'm not going to. I have one genuine final question though. Because you were shooting, like this is relatively unique, because you're shooting on two iPhones in parallel, how did you make sure that the color profiles of the two phones matched? Did you do manual white balance between the two of you? Did you just leave it to the FiLMiC auto white? How did you do it?
And most of the times we just left it to the auto white balance, and in FiLMiC Pro you can easily in the settings you can choose that it locks your white balance once you start shooting, and as long as you're both shooting in the same lighting environment, the white balances will match up most of the times. And it was not that we were like shooting an interview from two different angles all the time. So it wasn't really that much of an issue. And sometimes we had to do some color correction, and you can do that easily in Luma as well. But yeah, for 9 out of 10 times, that was not really necessary.
Okay, really, really valuable information. Okay, Twan, we have run out of time. We have your contact details here at the bottom of the screen. So we have your Twitter account and your Instagram account. But you're going to be coming back to us, obviously, for the panel discussion, I guess an hour, a bit away from now, yeah?
Yeah, sure. And if there are any more questions, I'll make sure I'll be in the comments on YouTube and Facebook for the next hour as well. So people can ask them there as well.
That's really, really helpful. That's fantastic. Thanks so much for sharing the story, Brian. It's really, really inspiring stuff. And I look forward to digging into it a little bit more in the panel discussion.
It was a pleasure to do. Thanks,
man. Talk to you in a little while. Thanks. Okay, so now we move from the Netherlands to Spain, where hopefully Leonor Suarez is on standby. Leonor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can. I'm going to speak the only words of Spanish I know. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, muy bien, gracias. Thank you very much.
How is life in Spain under quarantine?
Well, life goes on in house, look at house, in the houses, and it's not, we are not living really easy times, but I think things are improving, are getting better. So at least we have the hope that in 1 or 2 months times, we will start recovering normal life, but we are not sure yet.
Okay, very good. The line is a little bit kind of, it's breaking up a little tiny bit. Hopefully it's gotten better. Just as I said it, perfect timing. That's great. So yeah, I know. Look, so I'll give a tiny background and then I'll ask you to talk about yourself, Touch. But you've won multiple awards for several drama documentary pieces that you've done, which were both shot on Film Pro but edited on Luma as well. But you wanted to talk a little bit more about the kind of innovation that you're using right now while working on quarantine in Spain. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I think so, because I think it can be more useful for people now, because I think the situation, we are living this situation across the world, and we are having to reinvent ourselves, and Mojo can help us a lot. So I thought this was more useful, and that's why I decided to talk about this. So anyway, if I would like to put at least 2 minutes to introduce myself, so people can understand which kind of job of work I've been doing so far. First of all, I'm a journalist. I work for a public television in the north of Spain. I produce long-form stories and documentaries. I run a weekly news program. And so far, my approach to documentaries are from 2 kinds of fields. We are gonna watch two videos. First video will be one called The Volcano. If we can watch that video, I have to say, okay, we are gonna watch it. If not, that's it. We are gonna watch just 3 seconds. So we can play it, please.
Aquí estoy en el mero sector donde está la lava. Hay gente fallecida en este lugar.
Well, maybe, yeah. That's a journalistic approach of a story based on a current affairs, a situation that happened 2 years ago in Guatemala. That's the part of the job I do for my station, but I also do personal projects based on historical research that I do, and I also produce documentaries with reenactment and everything. In fact, I am going to do a really old story. It was shot in 2016. I would have loved to show you the current one I'm working on, but because of the coronavirus, I have stopped everything. So this is the story that can make you an idea of what I'm doing. We can play it.
Siéntate, anda, siéntate.
Ya sabe que somos gente trabajadora y no no nos metemos en líos. Y era para ver si nos podía hacer o dar una solución.
Esto es difícil, pero si no está en la lista de buscados por crímenes de sangre, te podría firmar un aval.
Se lo agradeceríamos mucho, señor alcalde. Todo lo que pudiera hacer por nosotros.
De la Ginal, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Okay. Okay. So let's gonna go back to the presentation. So maybe we can see now the presentation. Well, that's what I have been doing for the past six years, but I'm not sure you are watching the presentation right now. Okay, that's what I've been doing for the past 6 years. As you can see, I produce stories that happen underground, on top of a volcano, wherever it takes to follow the story. But now I'm doing opposite, just opposite. I'm doing this, which is I'm not filming myself, but I'm asking other people to film themselves for me to produce my long stories and documentaries. And that's because of coronavirus crisis. I have been forced to produce my Mojo docus remotely. Remotely, I mean, in a remote way. So this story started on March the 14th when the Spanish government started the lockdown of the country. We faced a big problem because all the people were locked at home, and even though we as journalists we could go out to cover the stories, the people the story was inside the houses where we cannot went in. So I realized that Mojo was the solution that could save our program. So over that weekend I produced a tutorial with really basic tips so people could learn how to film the stories at home. We have another video. Let's see if we can watch some seconds.
Queremos saber cómo estás viviendo esta cuarentena y para eso te pedimos que nos cuentes tu historia. Para ponértelo fácil, sigue estos consejos básicos. Para empezar, lávate las manos.
We can switch off the audio. Okay, so what I did is launching a campaign in the newscasts on Monday to ask people to send the videos to us. Of course, we didn't receive hundreds of videos. Things doesn't work like that. We spend lots of time recruiting our citizen journalists, and whenever we have them, we ask them to be. We can stop now the video, okay? What we did is giving them. We are going back to the presentation. We showed them the tutorial, we gave them instructions about the story we wanted, the footage we needed. We asked also for clips in advance so we can check and correct on the go. So as you can see, I used the WhatsApp while they were filming the story at home. They sent me some footage so I could mark with my pencil and say, well, now I need a short close up of this clip, so I will have the enough shots to tell the story. We got it at the next Saturday. We air a program more than 40 minutes with lots of stories of people living quarantine at home, which was really important because it was the first time in our life that we were going through quarantine, so the story was there. We'll see some seconds of what we produce. This is we can play this video. Okay, we don't need to listen to it. It's just for you to see the kind of clips people shot. This is a nurse. He's coming back from hospital. He's in the intensive care unit, so he has a good story to tell at that moment. So I asked him to shoot him while he was coming back from work, and then he told us the story of what things were going on in the hospitals. So it was good. This workflow worked, but the problem was that we, in any sense, we felt that we didn't have the full control of the situation. So we decided to rechange or rethink the workflow. We can we can stop this now. We can go back to the presentation. So
we actually we can't see your presentation, Leonor, at the moment. We can only see you at the moment. We're not actually seeing your screen.
And now you are not seeing. Okay, let's try it again. Maybe because of this. Let me see. Okay, and I think. Okay, now it's okay.
I'll tell you now in a second. I'm just waiting for the preview to pop up here. It says Leonor screen. Yes, I think we're okay. 1 second. Okay. No, you're sharing your desktop. You just need to move over to your screen. Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay? It's not okay. Okay. No problem. Laptop. Okay, where I did, I don't want to lose some more time, but where we did is trying to involve not just the person who needed to tell us the story, but two people at home with two phones. So we could use the best phone at home to shoot the story, and the other one to keep a video call. So I could be remotely, I could be virtually in their house to guide them while shooting. That was really useful because apart from being able to choose the background, the light, the angle, the framing, and to guide them through these technical questions, I also was present in the interview, which was really important because with the second phone, once we had decide the framing and everything, the other phone we kept the conversation, so I could ask the questions and also re-ask listen to the answers and again re-ask. So that was really useful to keep the control of the story. Along with that, it was important also to film the B-roll and also for the edition, because we asked them not to send us the full video but just the clips, so we can decide the storytelling and make the edition, which was really important for the final product. For the edition, I am using the iPad with Luma Touch because even though at the station we usually use Premiere on laptop, I think for Luma is enough for this kind of production. It's a super powerful tool which I've been using so far for the documentaries, and I think it's okay. And really, it's easy for me to do that like this. And for reporting from home, what we do, the three journalists at the program, we have our Mojo kits, and the parts of the program when we have to be on the screen, we film with our phones. We use, for me, the most useful app is FiLMiC Remote, because I can film myself using the rear camera and keeping control of the framing, the light, and everything. So I use that for filming that part. And when we go out to film, in cases when we need to go to the hospitals, to the unit care, to the intensive care units, or these places where the news is and we need to go out to report, we either go with a professional camera operator or also with our Mojo kit. And in case we have a professional camera operator with us, I always keep my phone, my GoPro, and my 360 degrees camera, because I think these are, we need to work fast. I need to support my colleague while he's working, because we cannot stay really long time inside these hospitals and these unit care, so we can work together. And also we need to document everything, because we are sure this will be part of our story. We have to have as much stuff as possible. I'm trying to do 360 degrees filming in all these places where I go, so we produce small documentaries with this. And I don't know if we can see the last video with one of the stories. This one person filmed for us being added with this kind of this way. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Well, he's a nurse also. He works in the hospital in the intensive care unit, and he's also a cartoonist. So he has a good story to tell, and he has a visual story to tell, and guiding him with these two phone camera with a list of clips. I asked him to film. He produced a really nice story that we air also in one of the last programs, and they even film themselves with two framings, with closer and with wider. That's why we can do this, because we are on the phone asking them now change the framing and do this, and it's I think it's really useful, this kind of workflow. And okay, what we have achieved with this workflow, first of all, is keeping the program on air. We are even doing longer shows, more than 1 hour a week. We are we are following very close up the current affairs, the highlights about coronavirus. We are really stick to current affairs, but we are being more agile, we are being faster, and I think the most interesting is that we have no borders. For next week, we are preparing a story about how other countries across Europe are managing the way out of this situation, and we are doing this. We are engaging families in Europe to film for us their stories. So we have opened a new way of possibilities that I'm sure they will be really useful for the future, because first of all, our colleagues, journalists at the station, have realized finally that the phone is a really useful tool even for broadcasting television. I can say that it has saved our life in the newscast, because many journalists are reporting from home, and also the people located at home have discovered that they have a really important tool, that really powerful tool, an easy to use tool to tell their stories, and they get really engaged when you ask them to shoot, and they want to learn, they follow your advices. So all in all, I think if I had to say one thing, is that we have a long way ahead, because out of the urgency of the moment, now people have focused on the urgent, doing wherever quality has been left aside. And I think when things go back to reality, that will be our last step. We will need to help people to be trained, to tell them that it's really important to use professional apps to get a good outcome of the shooting. They need to learn some technical basic tips, but they can do together. The public and we journalists, we can do a good job together. That's what we told our audience when we started with this project. We will do together this program, and that's what we've been doing so far. And that's what I wanted to tell you, in case someone can benefit or can have some idea from this.
I think it's a pretty amazing project, I have to be honest. I mean, just to recap, because unfortunately your line is breaking up a little bit. I mean, I've got 100% of what you said, and I hope the people at home have managed to get it all as well. But let me recap just to be sure. So the piece of video content that we just watched was entirely shot by that artist, with you coaching him on all the different shots that you wanted to get. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's and the previous one. Apart from the volcano, and the historical and my tutorial, the rest of the videos were shot at home for people that have never shot before. So
Yeah, I have to ask. I mean, I don't mean to in any way undermine any of my former trainees, but I mean, that's a pretty remarkable achievement, and that's really, really like you. I don't think you compromise on quality on that piece at all. In fact, I'd be very happy if that came back off a 5-day Mojo course, to be perfectly honest. So I have to ask, how long did you spend coaching him? Like, was it over days, and how many hours?
No, it depends. It can be really fast. It can take, I think, the most that it took me was 2 hours, but I still haven't checked the outcome because they have to send me this weekend. But we spent 2 days ago 2 hours because they were not familiar at all, even though they have really good phones. They have a better phone than mine, so they have really powerful tools at home. And if you put some time with them, I think it's really important to send them some examples to inspire them. So what I do now is that now that I have some examples done by the audience, I send those videos to them so they can get inspired. So I think that's then sorry.
Sorry, so to cut across, I'm just also curious, are you supporting what you're doing as the real-time training by sending them the YouTube video that we saw at the start? Like, have you done a series of training videos that you can share with people once they subscribe to basically be a subject for you?
Sorry, I didn't catch the.
So the question was, I understand that you were sending them finished pieces that have been created by other members of the public. I'm just wondering, to support that process, are you also sending them access to YouTube videos and tutorials, or are you doing everything in real-time coaching with the 2 phones?
Okay, the tutorial is already done, and that's the first thing I send them. And now I'm beginning to upload videos to YouTube. But the fact is that all those videos are broadcasted on the program. So some people have already watched them, but I have them on my phone. So I send them by WhatsApp. WhatsApp it's a really useful tool just for the draft. I mean, for this kind of this part of the process, because after the final stuff, I ask them to send me through WinTransfer, Telegram, or this kind of apps that don't reduce quality. But the WhatsApp is really fast, so I have my list of clips of shots. Sorry, I need them to film. I have some pictures, so I can send them the pictures, the videos, and then I spend 2 hours at the phone with them. And sometimes I have to call them again to please repeat this, or I need 2 more shots. But the best thing is that they are locked at home, so they cannot say, "Oh, I have to go out." Most of them are under.
Fair point.
They have more time than before. I'm not sure that after quarantine they will.
They'll be willing as well. I know. I hear you. Okay.
But right now they are willing.
That's good. Yeah, make hay while the sun shines, as they say here. Okay, we have some questions coming in from the audience. So Sue Newhook from Canada said, question for Leonor: how are you able to convince very busy medical people to film in hospitals, and if so, what are the results? Very fair question.
Yeah. Filming in hospitals, it's a totally different situation. At the beginning, it was completely different. I started step by step. At the beginning, I asked them to film them at home when they were back from the hospital. Then you establish a relationship. So maybe you can ask them, well, can you please ask for permission in your unit so you can film some footage of your colleagues? Of course, no patients, but of your colleagues working. And in some cases, we are having those films. But I have to say that whenever we had, and we did it, the opportunity to go inside the intensive care unit to film, we did it. It was last week, and in that case, it was the news. It was breaking news. It was for us a scoop, and we did it. And even in a hospital. And this week we have been filming in a elderly residence where that was really hit because of this crisis, and they opened the doors for us. In this case, in those cases, we go there because I think it will be more professional, and we want to be there, and we cannot ask them to put 2 hours to give us 2 hours of their time. But whenever I go there, I keep my GoPro, my 360, the phone, and I keep on supporting my colleagues' job.
Yeah, I get that 100%. I have a couple of other questions as well, but we'll take another one for the audience. Dominic Wellman, how can we maintain journalistic integrity when receiving input such as videos from individuals? I won't answer. I could, but I won't.
No. That's really interesting, and that's why we went a step further. First of all, I have to say that I'm a journalist. I think the journalist must always be on the ground. So whenever I have the opportunity to be on the ground, I will go. For sure, but in this case, we didn't have the opportunity to go inside the houses because we needed to protect people and we needed to protect ourselves. So these kind of stories are not stories, are daily life stories. So I think we did different things. First, we recruited them, so we keep conversations with them to do this, and then we asked them to film. We were present. We were the ones who were asking questions, re-asking if we needed. So that was the most important part, and that's why I started doing these video calls, because I didn't want to accept a video with an answer of a person if I was not, listening and having the opportunity to ask again. So I think in this case it can be acceptable, but I have to say that, of course, whenever I have the opportunity to go to the unit, to intensive care unit, to ask the man there how things are, I will be there.
Okay, and it's very obvious that you're actually maintaining editorial control the whole way through the process. So it's not the same as just getting random user-generated content and having it verified. You're actively involved in the creation of the content. And I think that's a key thing. I think there's another question. I just saw a little cue there a second ago, so there's another one coming up. Question for Leonor. Have you shot and published any vertical format video? And what are your thoughts on storytelling in 9:16?
I mean, the problem here, the reason for doing this video, virtual interviews with being there through the video call, I had 2 reasons for that. First, the one I told you, I wanted to ask the question and listen. And the second one was because most of the time people, after explaining them for 2 hours what you needed, when you receive the stuff, was vertical. And vertical is great, but not for television. We still need landscape to broadcast. So it was a nightmare, the first and the second win, and not anymore, because now you are there and say, no, please change the way you are filming. So yeah. I'm really interested in vertical. The project I was into before the coronavirus crisis broke, was a multi-platform, multi-format sharing vertical and landscape video. So it was, I want to test and to try and to explore that way of telling stories.
Very good. I did see a piece recently by a member of staff from BBC. It was a 10-minute vertical documentary on Instagram. I haven't seen many too like it, but it was a really engaging piece of content. So definitely you can, but not. It's hard to serve both masters, as they say. I have a question for you as well, which is just, you said that you were using mobile and a 360 camera with your crew to assist your colleague. Is it fair to say that the camera crews that you work with have been more accepting, or are you dealing with a certain level of rejection/hostility?
No, I think it's now it's getting better, because we respect completely his job. He's doing the good job. He knows that we are there just to support him, or whenever there's no rush. before this situation, I used to go with my phone and film landscape. So to produce stories or for Instagram, so he could be sure I was not using that, just to let him know that I respected his job and he was the one doing the job, and I just wanted to do multi-format or doing things for social media. In these cases, we have to go to work really rush. So sometimes he tell me, in case of the GoPro, it's really good to do travelings in the corridors of the hospital. With a big camera, he couldn't do it. So we use it to do a traveling through the corridor. And yesterday we went to this home for elderly people, and as there are people, COVID people, we couldn't go across the threshold of the corridor. But what I did is to put my GoPro inside gloves, cover it with these gloves for protection, these blue gloves, and hand it to the cleaning staff so they could, walk through the corridor. So I could have this shot, of the impression you have while you are walking in this place. So we are, and he's encouraging me to do that, because in those cases it's the only way we can have this shot. So I think it's getting better. Things are getting better.
Very good. I also think it probably helps that you are a proven pioneer, multi-awarded at this stage as well. So, I mean, I think that definitely helps. The credibility thing is always a huge part of that argument as well. We're going to have to leave it there, Leonor. We've run out of time as well. But on screen again are your contact details. So we have your Twitter account on screen, and we have your YouTube. Is your documentary on YouTube, just out of curiosity?
The one I recorded yesterday, not yet, because I'm in the middle of editing it for tomorrow. So
no, but the one that won all the awards, like at Mojo Fest 2 years ago, you won an award for the long form doc.
Yeah. It's in YouTube, in my YouTube account. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, great. So people should definitely, if you have a chance, go and have a look at that, because Leonor did a full broadcast length documentary, all shot on the phone, all edited on Luma Fusion, and it was a drama reenactment documentary. So when you're setting the bar, it doesn't really get much higher than that, in fairness. So well done, Leonor. We'll catch up with you again in about 30 minutes, but Matthias in Germany is standing by for a chat. So I'm going to leave you for now, but we will circle back to the panel discussion in roughly 30 minutes. So that's Leonor Suarez in Spain. And apologies about the quality of the link. It's a movable feast. That's the amazing thing about doing something like this online. We test it a lot in advance, but broadband being broadband, you never know until the minute you hit the go live button if it's going to be amazing or if it's going to be, well, let's just say a little bit compromised. But anyway, hopefully you can understand everything that she spoke about. We'll have another chance to tease out some more of those points when we actually have the panel discussion in a little while. And not to eat in any more time into the time for Matthias. Matthias, are you standing by? I believe you are. How are you?
I am. Hi, I'm good. Thank you. How are you, Glenn?
I'm good. And your signal is rock solid and I can hear you crystal clear. So that's positive. You just made my night. We're going to talk about documentary. We're going to talk about innovation. So similar themes in some ways to what Leonor has done. I'll start by doing a tiny preface. I'm not going to steal your thunder now and give away everything about who Matthias is. You can do the backstory in a second. Okay. But 2 years back, Matthias came on my radar with an entry into the Mojo Fest Awards, where he won the short form documentary award for an amazing piece. So we're going to dip in and out of that and hear a little bit of the backstory. You want to start with the video, Matthias, or what would you like to do?
Yeah, we can in a minute. Maybe I'll do one or two things about myself. I'm also a documentary filmmaker. Work in Germany mostly for public television. I'm kind of a little bit stressed out nowadays because of the Corona crisis too, because I'm working on trying to finish a documentary for next week, and I'm in the middle of the editing process right now. And the documentary we want to talk about is basically something completely different. It was shot in 2016 when I was in the US for private reasons, actually. I visited a friend, a long-term friend I knew since I was a kid, and he got married and asked me to come over to Florida to be his best man. And so I went over there, just had my smartphone with me, didn't have the plan to do a documentary, but it turned out that this was shortly before the elections in the United States. in 2016, just a couple of days before that. And so we went to Florida first, had some very interesting political discussions over there. And then I got kind of, confused if the thing that everyone was expecting before the elections would turn out as everybody expected. And we can hop into the film if you want, Glenn, because we then flew over to New York City from Florida. And yeah, maybe we can just jump in right there at that point.
City. We arrived one day before the elections. The last polls said Clinton would win. But due to my Florida experience, I had a strange feeling that things might turn into an unexpected direction. And I asked myself, how will we remember this night in the future? This is why I decided to interview random people and to record this walkie-talkie preamble.
One more day to go, and then it's the big day, the election day in the US. And I had the chance to speak to a couple of New Yorkers today in Central Park and ask them, what do you expect from tomorrow?
A disaster either way. I don't think we can win, honestly.
Complete chaos.
No matter what happens, half of the country is going to be incredibly shocked and upset about either way. I think for the next 15 to 20 years is going to be a lot of wound licking.
Hillary to win.
Why?
Because it's New York, and everybody in New York votes for Hillary.
I'm hoping for Trump anyway.
Yeah, well, we can hope. We can hope out of the two. Yeah, I would say Trump, but either way, I think we're gonna lose. Country's just gonna lose on either one. We have a madman and a liar, and those are your choices to run our country, and it's gonna be a sad day.
Okay, we can stop it right there, maybe. So the United States is really it's a paradise for documentary filmmakers because everyone is giving you statements. I was completely overwhelmed by what the people just told me in Central Park that afternoon. As I'm from Northern Germany, it's sometimes harder to get statements here in Northern Germany because the people don't like to talk that much in the north over here.
Interesting. I mean, I just love the fact that you were able to respond to the situation as it revealed itself to you. I'm also interested looking at some of those shots. Like, it definitely looked like you were shooting with a gimbal. Maybe I'm wrong. And then how did you deal with audio? I mean, if you went completely unprepared, if you will, to shoot a documentary, but then decided you would, how did you address those technical challenges?
I had the gimbal with me. To be honest, in that case, I had a gimbal with me, but I really didn't plan to do a documentary. It was more like I just bought the gimbal before the trip, and I just wanted to try it out. Like Tuan just said, I like to test gear and play around with it, and I like to take it with me when I'm on holidays. But I had the phone, and there's this one piece I always carry with me, no matter what comes. And this is that's just a SmartLav. The Rode SmartLav is a very small microphone. Lavalier microphone fits into every pocket, and I think that's the most important thing in your gear. You should always carry with you, because sound is largely underrated, and it's so important to get good sound. If the image quality isn't that perfect, maybe you don't have the newest iPhone or whatever, sound is so important.
The other thing that I'm actually quite intrigued and surprised by, like a lot of those shots that you did, for instance, in New York at night, like the quality is surprisingly good. We're going back to 2016, you said. So what was that? It was like a 6 Plus or 7? What was the phone?
I guess it was a iPhone 6 Plus. Yeah, something like that. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I guess so. The good thing was, maybe we can jump in there for a second. So Elliot, that would be at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Yeah, perfect.
At 2 a.m. on November 9th, it became pretty clear that Trump is going to win.
can't believe that Trump's potentially going to win it. So, yeah, in Australia, we're all just can't believe it. We thought Clinton would win it for sure. Yeah.
We're a bit.
Okay, and we can jump to maybe to 4 minutes and 40 seconds to get some more sound bites.
I'm from Israel, so for me this is just like him. This is crazy. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with this.
I don't want to believe it. I want to feel like this is a dream, but a nightmare, to be more honest, but it's not, so yeah, I don't know.
What do you think about this?
I don't think. I'm in shock.
Okay.
I'm in shock. You know what is shock?
Absolutely.
It's like when you lose your virginity for the first time. That kind of shock.
Thank you very much.
Does that make sense?
I'm quite sad that Trump is in the lead. Well, I'm more than sad. I'm really devastated. I'm hoping that she'll be able to pull it back.
And the rest, as they say, is history. Were you using lights? Do you mind me asking?
I didn't. It was
really,
of course, Times Square was the perfect location at night because you got so many external lights and you got all the screens, and therefore it worked out quite well.
Really, really inspiring. And talk to me then about the workflow. So you responded to the situation, you got those interviews and box pops, and you obviously clearly, once you look back over all your rushes, you definitely knew you had enough to tell a story out of it. What did you do with next, and how did you cut, for instance?
As I said, I came back from Florida from that wedding, and I just got very few shots because I was best man for the first time in my life, and I was so busy with that, so I didn't have the chance to film anything. So we flew back. I had this one shot from the plane looking outside, and we went to New York, and then in that night when we found out that there might be something going on, I started filming, and I did this. Yeah, and we were there the night before the election was. So we had this day in the park too, and I asked like, I don't know, 10 to 15 people maybe to get the sound bites. And I cut these together, and then I called a friend of mine who also works for German television for the ARD network, Björn Staschen, who is a great mobile journalist as well. And he did a live stream from Washington, and that was, I think at that time in 2016, it was the first Facebook live stream that somebody did for the ARD network, and he was doing that mostly for university students in the middle of the night, and he needed some extra clips he could put in while he was streaming that with mobile equipment as well. And I said, I got a couple of statements from people from Central Park, you can use that. And I sent it over. I edited those statements, and I had these, and then it was kind of a process that I really thought during that night, okay, what else do I need for to tell my story? And my approach was really to more or less show this as kind of a stream of consciousness, what I was experiencing during those during these days. And I'm just checking the time. Maybe we can have a short look into the last minute of it. I think it was, right there. Let's hop in right there.
Nation have to respect the Electoral College's vote and have to, I guess, accept the fact that someone who I did not want to win may win.
November 9th in the morning. Dark, gray, rainy. New York feeling numb. I took a couple of pictures that symbolize how I felt this morning. I had the strong feeling that something had turned into a very dangerous direction that night. And I asked myself, how will we think of this night in the future?
Yeah, these were basically, as you can see, these were just photos I took on the next day. So the weather changed completely. The day before it was an autumn day, a November day, but sunny and nice, and the next day was cold and gray and really didn't feel well to me. And so I took these pictures, and I was quite concerned about the outcome of that election. And I thought, okay, this is a personal piece. It's a very personal documentary. I didn't do it for a TV station or anything, so it was really just a kind of my stream of consciousness, how I felt through these days and nights in New York City.
Yeah, I think there's a very a kind of a visceral intimacy to it. It doesn't feel like a vlog. It has the observational documentary vibe to it. I think the really interesting is, when nature mimics our emotions, I think they call it a pathetic fallacy. I completely get even the change of that in the way that you approach the actual tone and the grading in it, which is really nice. I don't want to only talk about that because, as you said, this was 2016. You've been doing a lot of other innovative stuff aside from the documentary, obviously, on COVID that you're working on right now. Just over a year ago, you blazed the stage in Mojo Fest and showed what you were doing in the augmented reality and 360 space. Can we dive into that for a few minutes?
Yeah, we can. There is a clip, Elliot. This is called the Insta360 file. Yeah, we can look into that, and we can just talk over it. You can play it. This was basically this fantastic Mojo Fest last year. In Galway. That was on the stage, and really just 7 shots I took. Here's the second one, and you see all the options you get with these shots. They are all filmed with a 360 camera. Basically, I put it on a boom pole. This one is on a selfie stick, which is good for you as a reporter. And this is an interview situation where I do an interview, just one shot basically, but you can switch from one person to another afterwards in the editing, because you have 5.7K video footage, and it's enough to get good quality shots. And here's the wonderful coast of Ireland, where we had this day trip at Mojo Fest. Thanks to you, Glenn, for making this possible. That's the boom pole as well. So the boom pole is about 3 meters, 3.5, and you can put it quite a bit over the cliffs.
It's quite a spectacular vertigo shot right there. I'm glad you didn't do the pivot downwards. I'm not sure my stomach could take it, to be honest, but yeah. And just for the workflow, in case anyone at home is not familiar with these. So you said it was an Insta360 one, was it, or 1X you used?
The 1X, yeah.
1X, okay, that's a 360 camera. You have a 3 meter extended selfie stick. And then were you editing just on your iPhone, or were you taking that back onto the desktop software? How did you go about that?
No, I went with the iPhone. I think that the iPhone app is and also the Android app is pretty intuitive, and you can quickly go through your material and edit and do different kinds of results. So you almost are, sometimes you're almost overwhelmed by all the possibilities that you have with this one shot you took. So you have so many angles you can use. You can use your POV, for example, or you can put the camera into your direction and then put out like 3 or 4 clips, go into Luma Touch, Luma Fusion, and edit it on the classic way, and you have all the shots you need. So if you work as a reporter, as a mobile reporter, and you want to be in your film and experience something, and that's maybe the connection to the documentary we saw. You walk through a certain scenery, you head towards something, you're about to meet something or someone as a reporter. So when you're on your own, it's very difficult to shoot and film that. It's a lot of work. And basically the vlogging style, but with this Insta360, for example, or other 360 cameras, you get a great option, and you can do a lot with the material. And we used that last year, where we did documentary, or cross-media documentary with a lot of different pieces on climate change, especially here, the effects of climate change in Germany. And we used a lot of stuff we took with the Insta360 as well, because we used these tiny planet versions a lot, because we wanted to say it is a tiny planet, and we are doing great harm to this tiny planet. And so this effect worked quite well for our documentary.
Okay, the one thing I might comment to, again, if people at home are not familiar with the workflow, you did, and I thought the quality was exceptionally good on the two-person interview shot. You had a clapperboard. Do you want to explain why you had the clapperboard for those uninitiated with the 360 fun frolics?
Yeah, I just thought, basically, I wanted to record a podcast, and so I thought, let's record this with two microphones. So Dorothea had a microphone and I had a microphone, and I recorded this externally to my iPhone that was basically running besides the Insta360. And I did the clapboard to synchronize the sounds later on. So I had
Very good.
the excellent sound quality for the interview and could combine it with the 360 footage.
Very good. Okay, great. And then the other space that I know, because we had a conversation about it, that you've been playing a lot with augmented reality as well. Do you want to talk a little? We're near the time, but I'm interested to hear this. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we can jump into that clip. Yeah, I did this shot this afternoon in between editing. This is basically where I sit right now. And this is for the Mobile Creator Summit. So in the past, to track something like this, you would have used After Effects. That would have taken quite some time to track the ground. And here's some experiments I did with a 3D model of the coronavirus, and try to combine these shots, how to approach this virus if you would scale it up on a certain size that you have got it right in front of you. And here's another one that is basically a character, I think that was included in Adobe Aero, which is a great app. I just put in here some apps like Adobe Aero, PlacerCam is for the titles, and JigSpace is also very interesting, where you can create whole scenes. Mixamo and Sketchfab. Mixamo is also, I think, associated with Adobe. You got a lot of characters there that you can use, and you can animate these characters as well. And you can send them over to your phone, use an app like Adobe Aero, and put in virtual characters into your space where you're basically filming. And that's a pretty new opportunity to enter totally new ways of storytelling. And that's what I really like to try out, and to combine that and to think about how to include that in a documentary.
Well, it's relevant because it's also mobile, because let's face it, that's how people are going to experience it and interact with the new augmented reality environment. So it's the new form, if you like, of digital storytelling on mobile. I played with, I've found it. It's a product, AutoCAD. It's free, so you can do very simple 3D designs. And I banged some of those things into Spark AR Studio from Facebook, which is also free. And I mean, it's a pretty painless workflow. I mean, we're getting to the point where making augmented reality kind of creations is very much fingertip free. It's almost there, I think.
Absolutely, and especially with Adobe Aero, I think especially for science journalism, for example, where you have to deal with things that are invisible. So we had the problem to visualize CO2 last year with a climate documentary, and we used those augmented reality apps to show how big 1 kilogram or 1 ton of CO2 actually is. So if you we put out in Europe, in Germany, around 10 tons of CO2. And if you could visualize that as like garbage you leave in the environment, it would be like 10 spheres with a diameter of 10 meters. So that is quite a lot of garbage that you leave in the environment. It's just the problem that it's invisible. But if you have a possibility with augmented reality, for example, to show this, I think it makes things more clear.
Yeah, visualization definitely helps for context and everything else that goes with it. Fantastic. Okay, I've run slightly over, I apologize, but I'm going to throw open the questions to the audience at the moment. Over 500 people tuned in live right now, which is fantastic. Eve Mantu. Hello, Eve. How do you organize and keep up with your material? What's your scripting or noting policy? Interesting one.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't be stressed if he did it well. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
True, definitely. So as I come from classic video journalism and filmmaking, I'm used to keep the camera rolling, and in the end, I got tons of material. So of course, I organize my material all on external hard drives at some point. I try to to clean up my phone regularly because I run out of space at some point for every now and then. And yeah, I really try to keep it organized, mostly in folders. So I got dates and folders, sort by date and by the topic, so that I can quickly find all my material. And it's enormously important because the longer you work as a documentary filmmaker, the bigger your archive gets. So I do a lot of shooting with my phone also when I come to a certain location that is very beautiful and that will work as a symbol, for example, for a certain topic. I just record that, and later on I add it to those folders that I find it and can use it when I have to maybe work on complicated topics where I need a lot of archive footage. So I don't have to buy it because I use my phone to collect those things a lot.
Some question. I'm sure there'll be plenty more questions, but do you ever sell your content as kind of stock content? Do you ever do that?
I never did that, actually.
The only reason I say that is I won't mention the person's name, but one guy at Mojo Fest last year said to me he sold one clip that was 40 seconds long and he got $40,000 for it under a unique licensing deal. And I just kind of went, whoa, I'm in the wrong career.
I should write that down, actually.
You see?
From tonight. Yeah, thanks for that one.
Yeah. Well, you know, anyone who's the privilege of travel, not right now, really. But, you know, when this passes and we hopefully start moving around again, maybe. Anyway, sorry, questions. First, Rainier.
Yeah.
You know each other. Okay, good. How can we employ AR apps for journalistic purposes? Well, we've teased it a little bit. Let's go deeper, if you will.
Yeah, Rainer is really an expert in the field too. I did a lot of workshops with him as well, and I think that we are just entering that field of AR now, and there are so many possibilities to develop that. We just mentioned that especially those topics where you have things that are invisible, you can show these with AR, but you can also create, I think, very unique experiences where somebody, for example, interacts with a comic character or with a virtual character in your room sitting right next to you. So maybe that you have another person that is an artificial person that you can include in the room, or scenarios that are very complicated. You can shrink them down to a stage and put certain objects on it and explain things. That is, Jig Space, for example, is excellent for that. We can easily, especially with an iPad or a tablet, you can easily design these stages and then put it right on the table. And I think it's especially for journalists or journalistic content where we show and explain complicated things in a way that makes it easier to understand. Therefore, AR is a great addition.
Yeah, my thoughts on it, to be personally honest, is I got very excited about 360 when it started to go into the consumer domain about 5-6 years ago. And then the absence of the proper immersive headset environment for people meant that people, like within a year or two of the kind of peak interest, it started to tap out pretty quickly. And then we all started to get excited about over capture because the resolution of the cameras has gotten so good. You could just do this, you know, it's the camera that shoots everything technique. Do you think the augmented reality, that it will really reach its kind of peak when we move from the magic window experience on the phone to a wearable experience? I mean, okay, I won't say Google Glass, but you know what I mean? Something like that where augmented experience just becomes completely seamless. You don't even have to hold up a device. It literally is projected onto your screen in front of your eyes.
Yeah. I think I'm really excited about what devices will come up there in the near future. And if we have wearables that are more attractive, like the VR devices that we know so far, then I think that might be really a breakthrough, that you don't need your phone as a device to experience what's right in front of you in this virtual or augmented world. But yeah, hard to say where this will go. It could also go into a way where our environment is more or less overpolluted with advertising and anything in augmented reality that is kind of coming from everywhere. So there are some nice satirical clips on YouTube that we showed in 1 or 2 of our workshops as well, where you have ride a bus and you in Hong Kong and you look around and everything's full with augmented reality because there's so much space you could use and you can rent and sell. And there's
it's all coming.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And I'm also very excited about, especially while we are having this worldwide corona crisis right now, what this will lead us to in terms of technology and storytelling. As we are doing this storytelling approach right here, right now, as it's very hard to get, that we all recognize that it's very hard to get live streaming equipment, for example. I talked to a lot of people who went into virtual reality right now, who had no idea before and now are really enjoying that. So it's opening up a lot of possibilities also in this crisis.
Yeah.
Really excited where this leads us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting times. There'll be plenty, I think, of research papers and things written in the years ahead about the impact on us and the way that we approach work and all that stuff. And anyway, Matthias, it is always a pleasure to chat to you. I'm always inspired by the stuff that you do. And thank you so much for sharing not just the documentary, but also some of the projects that you're working on right now. Do stay with us because we're now going to open up the whole panel, and I hope everyone has managed to circle back to us. So if you can bring back on screen, hopefully Leonora is with us. Yeah, Leonora, she's back. There's Twan.
Hello.
Nice. So we've had some.
We're wearing the same shirt, actually.
I know. Mine's Texas, though.
Okay.
So we've had some really, really dynamic sort of examples of how mobile here has been used in various different versions of long form, from Mike's series, which you know are really designed ultimately for television, to augmented reality, like the stuff that Matthias is working on now, to both the drama documentary and the user-generated content project that Leonora has been working on, and then multiple trips to the desert as a team of 2 to document a fast-paced, fast-moving topic, which is the Paris-Dakar Rally. So, I mean, I think really, really interesting insights, very, very different environments and learning. I'm going to ask you, I'll throw a huge big one to start with, which I'm kind of interested by. From all of your perspective, we're into 10 years of evolution in the mobile space. Like, they've come a bloody long way, if you will, since the very, very first generation iPhone and the subsequent Android devices. Is there any one thing, if you had a wish list, having done what you've all done, is there any one thing that you would love to see appearing in the next generation? I won't say iPhone, but in the next generation smartphone. What's missing to make it mainstream, to blow the socks off all the naysayers? Anybody? Mike?
I got it. In my experience, I guess it would have to be the only thing that I see different than my peers that are doing it with regular cameras is the zoom. I mean, if there was a way to have a digital real zoom lens, I mean, I put on a 3x telephoto now, and that's about 75 millimeter, I guess. But if you could even get closer for the close-ups, that would be, I guess, my first thing that comes to mind. How about anybody else?
I think that's right now the only real difference between a regular phone and a big camera, apart from sensor size, which will be a bit difficult in a small form factor phone. But yeah, the zoom, that's the only thing, and that's improving every year. So give it a couple of years, I think. I guess.
Yeah.
Very good.
I think, yeah, me too. I think all of us, we do this kind of the stories. We need for sure to use the zoom, and it's okay. We can rely on the external lenses. They are always useful, but of course, if you have a zoom, it will mark the difference. Also, sometimes the light adjusting. Sometimes you'd like it will be smoother in some situations. I think that will also be interesting.
And you know, given our answers, I do want to also say, because people ask me, you know, what drawbacks do you have when you do this? And I literally cannot think. Nothing. I will say, you know, if it's somebody on the football field or maybe the moon or somebody on top of a building, that creates a problem. But I just don't do stories on the moon.
Matthias, you were going to come in there.
Yeah, I think that the zoom problem is with the new lenses, like 3 lenses or 4 lenses or phones that record up to 8K. I think that's almost solved that problem. So you can zoom into the footage later on quite enormously. I'm pretty overwhelmed by this ultra wide angle lenses that were added to the last generation of smartphones. So the flexibility in that has pretty much evolved, I guess. Rob just mentioned that in the comments as well, Rob Montgomery. What I would love to have is easier multi-channel sound recording, so that you have that you don't have to do too many adaptations, too much of a hustle to record on different tracks, audio tracks, like 2 or 3 people. That would be great.
Interesting one. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I also say that all in all, you say the phone is now powerful enough and you can do whatever. But when you are on the ground and you are filming a lot of stuff because you are producing a long form or a documentary, you will have to manage many problems, not all at the same time, but just one each time. I think issues with battery, with storage, with connectors, because depending on the microphone you are using, you need another one connector or the other. So sometimes it can be really stressful because maybe you don't have all the problems at the same time, but you are very likely to have at least one all the time.
Okay, very good. I'm going to open up the questions now to the audience because we've had quite a lot coming in. Alan Waterman, question for the panel. Beyond that previously mentioned hack of using a Bluetooth connection to FiLMiC Pro, how do you handle audio in the midst of COVID protocols? Really interesting question in the current environment we're in, where you have your distancing issues. Any thoughts, or how have you been dealing with it?
I saw a lot of colleagues of mine that work with like long selfie sticks or boom poles with a microphone attached to it. And at least in the Netherlands, that seems to be like the normal way to do right now. So handheld microphone or a directional microphone mounted on a boom pole or the Mojo style on a selfie stick, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yesterday when we were, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday, for instance, when we were recording at this elderly residence, apart from doing this thing with the GoPro, we had the same problem when we were recording one of the interviews. So again, we introduced the wireless microphone inside a glove, these blue gloves they are using to protect the hands, and we placed it in a wheelchair. So we moved the wheelchair. Then some of the people with the protection moved the wheelchair on, placed it near the person we were filming, and with the Zoom we did the interview in the distance. Or sometimes through the telephone we are focusing, zooming the person, and he's talking with the phone, and we can record the voice coming out from the phone.
Yeah, that's a good hack, actually. Use their own device, I guess, to supply the audio. Yeah, sensible one. Okay, you were going to come in on that, Mike, were you? Did you have an observation?
Well, I was just going to say, I guess it depends. Alan's question is, it depends on what. Now, I work for different TV groups. I put, for that prom story that we ran earlier, I put the wireless microphones on the porch and hid them in various places, taped them up and so forth, stepped away, and then they came out onto the porch. But the microphones are still close to them. And in some TV groups, you can't even get the microphones close. So that's why the FiLMiC tip is so good.
Very good. I will mention, I don't want to give away what we've got planned in session 2, but I will mention that one of our speakers is going to demonstrate a couple of hacks that he's using in the field at the moment as a result of COVID. So we won't give it all away. I'm sure there's lots more questions. Let's see if there's another one on standby. Busywig again. Question for the panel. Thinking about Gemini Man, AI, and VR, how long do you think it will be before we're filming 4K 16:9 movies meant for TV, but in VR on virtual sets with virtual actors that we direct? Who wants to? Well, Matthias, I got to start with you on that one, man.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand the question. So, okay, artificial intelligence, VR.
Actually, Glenn, we're all alone. You're all alone. We're virtual. So
Sorry?
we're just animated
right now.
Yeah, this
Right.
is not real.
I did ask that question last week as well. I don't know if you've seen that clip of one of the Chinese state TV networks where they actually had a completely virtual character who basically read the news, and it was a 3D sample of an actual person. It wasn't even computer generated per se. It was a model that they had animated, which is kind of a bit freaky. But hey, I mean, yeah, who knows what the hell's ahead? You know, I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. Any other questions? Go on, Matthew.
Just an add-on to this one. Has any one of you tried out these this live comic animator where you can really live stream with an artificial avatar?
Oh, I think Yusuf Omar is all over that right now. I saw him. I don't know what event he was at recently, but he basically presented in his virtual self at the event. So Yusuf is definitely in that space. If you haven't seen Yusuf stuff, have a Google for him, Yusuf Omar. Yeah, I haven't done it myself. I'm starting to feel old suddenly when we talk about this stuff. It's just, I don't know, but anyway, yeah.
You see what the HoloLens, for example, is doing, where you can really place a virtual avatar right on my table right next to me, and I have Tuan standing here, and we can chat with each other, for example, if we both would have this device.
Yeah.
So, interesting times coming up, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. I think it was called Surrogates. If you want to look that up, that was the whole premise of it, that you yourself are basically, it's almost like the Matrix. You're at home and you're plugged in, but your virtual self is out there doing the daily sort of duties and things. I don't know. It's kind of scary. How many of you have kids? Because I think when you have kids, it really makes you think, what world have I brought these poor children into? I don't know. But anyway,
I got 60 college kids. Does that count?
That counts. That counts. I still think that counts.
Glenn, I wanted to answer this question from someone here that said, or that contacted me on Facebook, that asked if they're just starting out, if they've never done this before or never shot with a phone and they don't have any equipment, how do you get started? And how do you do that without anything? And if they don't want to buy any equipment? And I thought about it for a minute, and I think for me, and maybe all the others can chime in, is I call it layers of perception. If you can get rid of, what do you think of when you see an iPhone video from somebody? What's the first thing? Shaky, right? So if you can eliminate the shake somehow, however you do it, maybe you put it against a wall, maybe you put it on the ground, whatever it is. If you can figure that out, that's the layer of perception. If you can figure out how to get better audio, it seems like the amateur way would be the person that's taking the video always sounds the best because they're the closest to the microphone and the subject is hollow. Well, how do you figure that out? So all of these layers of perception build up to create this, not illusion, but it's a perception of high quality and broadcast quality. So just take each layer that you can. Another layer would be vertical, make sure you're in landscape. And so those little things, I think, are good to get you started in composition and all that good stuff.
I'm going to butt in on it and just sort of say the thing that kills me about that, okay? Because, I think a lot of us do training as well as what the day job is, if you will. It does tickle me somewhat when I get students who will say, oh, I don't want to spend any money or apps. And oh my God, film's like 20 euros. Oh my God. And you're like, when I was 17 years old, I spent 2 years saving up to buy a super VHS camera, cost me nearly £2,000 back then, multiple VHS decks, so I could cut together crap. But it was the best that was available at the time. Still needed the mics, still needed the lights and the tripod and everything else as well. Now you have all that in your pocket, and a piece of software can potentially turn it into an incredibly powerful tool that can do the sort of stuff that we've seen and actually what other people have done, like Lady Gaga's video and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it does tickle me, like you're talking 4 lattes. Get over.
Amen.
Rant over, sorry.
Yeah, and especially when you do the workshops, for example. So I started doing video journalism workshops, I think in 2005, 2006 with DV and HDV cameras. And that was a hell of a lot of training and a hell of a lot of tears of participants who said, oh my God, I will never learn how to handle this camera. And if you compare those results that even experienced storytellers were doing with those HDV cameras at that time, now you compare it to somebody who has also a little bit of experience in storytelling, but not very much in the technical things, it has become so much easier, and you get so much better results. And the sources or the technique is able to reduce the failure or mistakes you make so much. That's a huge difference right now, within a couple of years just.
Well, so there's somewhat there. You're never going to learn from those mistakes unless you try in the first place, right? So stop procrastinating and maybe just try and do something. It would be a really, really good start. I'm starting to sound like a really cranky old man. I'll shut up now. There must be another question from the audience there that we need to put to the panel. Excuse me, not COVID.
If not,
I hope so.
But they say the quickest way to get out of an awkward conversation these days is to cough twice. Usually kills it on its feet. Okay, nothing coming right now. So I will ask you this one. So you've touched on it, Mike, and I was going to ask you that, to be fair. If someone is starting out, like, what would the single piece of advice be? So your advice would be just kind of learn to understand the limitations of the device and then basically work within those limitations and you can get bloody good results. Would that be a fair sum up of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you're right. I mean, a little tripod like this and the device to hold the phone is $15. And that alone, that's what I use for a gimbal now. So that plus the lenses, and then as you work your way up with wireless microphones and so forth, it's still a couple of $100 instead of 100,000. You know, if you're just starting out. I mean, like I said, you know, this is, and I'm not telling you guys anything, that this technology has opened up. I mean, filmmakers have welcomed it with open arms. I mean, filmmakers usually, you know, their production costs have gone way down, and they can actually make films now and be creative, and that's what it is all about. TV stations over here, at least in the States, have been slow to utilize it. They've used it as maybe a third camera on their shoot. I think that's changing. Obviously, it's changing every day now. But if you just start out, I mean, you know, I'll ask a student here. One of the first exercises is to go out and shoot 10 seconds of a rock solid shot of something, but make it interesting. You know, use rule of thirds and reflections and leading lines, and they, you know, that's challenging to them, just that at first. So to be able to recognize a good shot is still imperative.
I think that was one of the key takeaways from the filmmaking panel last week. They said, before you ever start to shoot video, learn to take a really good photograph. And I think that was bloody good advice as well, actually. Here, hang on. Terry from Luma Touch has actually got a question. How does using mobile change how you do post-production? Good question.
I might have an interesting take on that. Normally when I'm working in a big edit set with like Avid or Premiere Pro or Final Cut, I tend to use quite a lot of time to do the color correction and all the effects, like precise and on the exactly on one frame or two frames. But after I started editing on my phone, especially in LumaFusion a couple of years ago, it's just important that it feels good and it works and it looks quite okay. And I start to edit much faster and tend to use less time on post-production because the device that most people will watch the content on, if it looks nice there, then for most of the use cases, it's good. So that speeds up my editing, at least, quite a lot.
Very good. And I mean, I have to throw it to you because I mean, you've broken the mold when it comes to cutting on an iPad. I mean, was it a full hour documentary, your piece?
Sorry again. Sorry.
Your documentary that you did, was it a full hour? Was it a broadcast hour, or was it a 30-minute documentary?
No, I've done many, not just that, but the one you mean it was 50 minutes. 50 minutes is entire shot on the iPad. After that, I've done not longer than that, but other long documentaries. Some of them is edit on Premiere, but most of them, if they are not so that long, I edit on the iPad. And for the last 7 weeks that I've been locked at home, I've been editing everything on the iPad with Luma. And answering that question, I have to say that as I'm not a specialist in post-production, for me, it's easier to explore. For instance, when I edit with Luma, there are many things that I don't know how to do because, I have learned step by step by using it. But I think it's so easy to use that I'm not afraid of exploring. But when I'm at the station with the computer and using Premiere, I know it's very powerful. You have many functionalities, but I don't know how to use more of them, and I'm not feel at ease testing them because I'm always daring. I'm spoiling everything. Because you are always editing on a rush. But I think I learn more when I edit on the iPad, on mobile, because it's for me it's really natural. It's easy to use and it's like play. You can explore, you can learn by playing, and that's not the feeling I have when I edit with a computer and software for post production.
I mean, I will say from my own experience, like I've got a Mac, a couple of them actually. I mean, I have Final Cut Pro sitting on those, but all the projects that I've done in the last 6 months, and I'm not kidding when I said that, every single one of them, the nature of it has been that I've been in the same way that you were, Matthews. You kind of responded to the situation very much in real time. And for speed, honestly, like I'll turn around on the actual phone way faster than the whole ingest process into Final Cut Pro when I got the laptop and all the rest of it as well. And I think I always find it surprising on training courses when I kind of show people 6 channels of video, 6 channels of audio, they kind of go, what? And you're like, yeah, on your phone, you can do that. It's amazing that people just underestimate it because there's a kind of a weird perception that the mobile is not anywhere near as powerful as it is. And yet if you look at the chipset, half the time they're as powerful as most bloody laptops, but people just don't seem to understand that, which is a bit of a pity. We may have another question. Let's see if there's another one. I think there was one lined up there a second ago. There we go. There you go. I come from editing on Premiere. What was the hardest transition when editing on Luma? I think that means if you're coming from editing on Premiere, what would the transition, what would the challenges be? Is anyone a Premiere editor out of curiosity?
Final Cut.
Final Cut, yeah.
Me, I use Premiere, yeah.
You use Premiere, okay.
But I did the opposite way. I started, I learned first Luma than Premiere, so I didn't did that transition. But I'm sure that if you have started, if you come from Premiere, Luma will be really, really easy to use. Maybe you will miss being able to export the audio separately, but now there's the possibility to export XML to Final Cut, so maybe you can find a way to solve that. But maybe you can miss the stabilizing function features. There are some features that you will be missing, but on the other side, it will be more, it's easier, faster, and the good thing is that you can edit wherever. I mean, you can always keep with you the iPad and edit on the go, and so that's the real advantage.
I don't know if any of you saw the piece that Angelo Tacchio did last week during the filmmaker session, but he did his montage where he had his phone locked off and did like 5 different scenes of himself and his wife in his living room, and then created this single layered clip where it's basically 5 couples in the same room, pottering around doing their own thing, and he did it all in Luma Fusion. And I literally was like, oh my god, I feel like such an amateur. So
you
like,
can do that in like 2 minutes. It's super easy.
It was, yeah, but it's just bit of planning. But you know, it's just never occurred to me clearly. But I thought that was bloody impressive.
You know, thanks to Luma. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Glenn.
No, go for it, Mike. Go for it.
Thanks to Luma, here at Michigan State, it was a case study really this semester where we introduced Luma Fusion to our beginner journalism students who are shooting on their phone. And it was great because every so often, every class, we'd put it on the big screen, and whatever questions they'd have, we'd either roll one of the tutorials from YouTube, from Luma Touch, or we'd go over it all together. And it's amazing in a group that different people find different things and how to use it. And you know, for example, one day we just focused completely on blending audio, and it just changed them, you know, and they were really quick to pick it up anyway. So we're continuing with that. And in fact, it is part of the curriculum coming up in the fall.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Okay, so we've about 4 or 5 minutes left to go, but I'm kind of curious, like, again, to reiterate that question that Mike had said. So for someone starting out, single piece of advice to them to kind of just encourage them and kind of get them over that initial hump, if you like, that idea of the creativity block where they just don't know how to start. Like, what would the advice be? Twan, you've pushed the boundaries with that 2-camera shoot. How did you convince, first of all, the station to let you do it all on phones? And 2, what would your advice to someone starting out be?
The way to convince the station was the first time I did a Mojo report for that broadcaster was by not telling them that I did this thing Mojo, and only telling them afterwards. So that kind of that made the way a bit, and then that evolved from there. And a lot of reporters there are working Mojo now. The only advice I can give is just do it. Like I said before, you got the best device in the world in your hands, so please use it. And yes, all the gear is nice, and there's a lot of tips, and there's a lot of resources you can get on storytelling and how to make good videos. But the most you'll learn is from doing it and watching back what you do, and always try to learn from what you made.
Very good. Okay. And anyone else want to dip in?
I could add that one of the best ways to learn is getting inspired. Watch other people's jobs. When I ask people to film themselves, I always send them examples of what other people have done, and that's the moment when they realize that what they have done so far could be improved, and it's the moment when they get really involved and they want to start the creativity. So I think that's one of the best things. Start by watching what other people have been able to do with the phone. Very good, Leonor. Thank you very much for that, Tuppence. Anyone else want to chip in on that, Matthias?
Yeah, I think for a complete beginner maybe who has no experience in filmmaking so far, smartphone filmmaking is just a fantastic option. And if you don't know where to start from a storytelling point of view, do something that is making you upset. That is where you really think this is something where you really get kind of emotional about, and where you really have an important message to tell. And try to approach this because there you might have a lot of energy, and just try out the things that we talked about. Just use your phone, use apps like FiLMiC Pro that are just excellent for filmmaking, and edit your material, cut it. And it has never been so easy with apps like Luma Touch, for example, to edit your material and to make it, to really take the best parts of your footage and leave everything that is not, that doesn't make sense to the story. Concentrate on that, what is really the story that you want to tell. And
at the end of the day, the story is everything. Is that what we say?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like Mike mentioned it in what you just said, Mike. Absolutely, That's the most important thing. But if you're not that experienced in storytelling, I guess if it's something that is really, there's some kind of an injustice or something that you really think, oh my goodness, what's going on there? What's happening there? This might be a nice approach for somebody who is just beginning.
Can I ask you guys, we have to wrap it up, but can I ask you, if you have a minute or two after we come offline, would you share, we'll put up your Instagram and Twitter accounts and everything again, but can you share maybe one resource that you think that would be really, really useful to people? Use the hashtag Mobile Creator Summit and maybe just share that with someone, so that if there are people following along in this conversation, they can basically tap into some of the network or tap into some of the resources that you would draw upon or that you would recommend. Is that okay?
Sure.
It'd be really, really useful. Okay, we're just out of time. It's been fascinating and interesting chatting to all you guys again. It's also great to see you. Sorry that it's not in person over beers, but you know that is the new reality and all. But maybe next year, inshallah, we'll see how it all goes.
Yeah, you owe us.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. But anyway, look, for now, thank you so much for giving up your time this evening. I found it really, really useful, really informative, and hopefully people at home feel exactly the same. And we shall leave it there. Thanks a million, guys. Take care. Okay, talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Okay, and so one from today's session. We're back again in about an hour and a half with a session on mobile journalism. We have 4 really, really interesting speakers lined up for you also to join us then. And please do engage. Remember, you can contact us via the chat on both Facebook and on YouTube, or equally, if you want, just put some messages out using the hashtag, because we're watching and monitoring that as well. But for now, see you soon. Help if I unmuted the microphone. Welcome back. If you joined us for our earlier session today, then you'll know that we explored long-form mobile content, including 30-minute TV features, series, and documentaries. Now, in this session on mobile journalism, we're going to examine how different news broadcasters have adapted to, and in some cases, integrated mobile journalism into their news gathering workflows. Joining me for this session from RTE in Ireland is Philip Bromwell. From RAI Italy is Nico Piro. From NRK Norway, John Inge Johansson, and from MTV Finland, Sara Rantanen. We begin with Philip tonight, and full disclosure, I once worked as head of innovation in RTE, so Philip and I have worked together very closely, bringing mobile journalism adoption in around the world. How are you keeping, Philip?
I'm very good, Glenn. Delighted to be here in lockdown Dublin. You're joining me in my attic, where I've been working now for the past 6 weeks. We've been working remotely from the main office, but interesting times, challenging times, but we're still telling plenty of stories and still using mobile journalism as an integral and essential part of what we do.
It was interesting. Before the break, Leonore gave a case study of how she was coaching people at home to basically shoot sequences and shoot pieces of camera and everything with live kind of interviews and everything for their program in Spain. So I've seen the stuff that yourself and Eleanor and the team have been producing lately. You've kind of also adapted to the lockdown by basically soliciting content from people outside, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a mix and match approach, I suppose. We're still doing what I think is our calling card, which is creating original mobile to mobile content, which is something I'll talk about when I get going later on. But we're also, as you say, we're taking in this huge amount of UGC, which I guess because of the times that we're in, this extraordinary period, unprecedented really, people are capturing aspects of the pandemic, aspects of their everyday lives, and of course they're sharing it. And within that content, there is some absolutely fantastic footage, some fantastic stories, both of, inevitably, given the story that it is, there's the bad news, but there's some amazing life-affirming, inspiring stuff as well. And a lot of what my team is doing has been taking that content and turning it into stories, because basically there's no shortage of material at the moment, and the demand for content has never been greater. So these are busy times, albeit challenging.
It's a real opportunity, I think, for mobile journalism as well. As you say, it has become integral almost by default, as opposed to necessarily by choice, which is a really interesting thing. Now, you've been working in this space, like partly with me, but in your own genre for, I suppose, nearly 8 years at this stage. So do you want to do a little bit of background on your story, if you will?
My story, yeah. So my current job title is Digital Native Content Editor at RTE, which is Ireland's national broadcaster. And essentially, I lead a small team of mobile journalists. So the mobile journalism story adventure within RTE started off with yourself 8-9 years ago, and then I was one of the early adopters. And basically, at that stage, when I first started to become interested in mobile journalism, I was what we call a video journalist, essentially a self-shooter, a one-man band, someone who filmed and edited their own stories. So I was pretty self-sufficient. And to me, the thing about what got me interested in mobile journalism was I just saw the phone as another camera, and it was a kind of a challenge to me at that time to see, could I take this camera and try and replicate what I was doing with a bigger, more expensive kit? And I was quickly sold on it. And to be honest, I started doing occasional Mojo stories, then started to find myself doing more and more Mojo, to the point where I pretty much left that VJ camera to gather dust in the corner, and it's actually in the attic here at the moment gathering dust. I haven't used it for about 2 years, because nowadays I'm completely Mojo. That's how I operate. I film on a phone, I edit on, I can edit on a phone, I actually edit on an iPad Pro if I've got the choice. And as I say, I lead the team of guys who are doing the same kind of thing, doing this mobile to mobile workflow. So over the 8 years, it's been quite a journey. It's been enjoyable. It's reinvigorated my career, given me plenty to think about. And right now, it seems to have come into its own.
Yeah, so I think there's an interesting angle. It came up in the session earlier as well about people's response to mobile when it kind of comes out in the newsroom environment. So, I mean, because you were already a VJ, as you pointed out, you'd already been through that cycle of being completely self-contained and probably, I won't use the word hostility, but probably had already met that level of resistance, because any change in traditional organizations is usually met with a level of resistance. Now, like 8 years on, do you think it has become broadly accepted? Do you think all that initial fear of jobs will be lost, the cameraman will be fired, all that stuff, do you think that has just ironed itself out and people realize it's another tool, or what's your take?
I think the experience in RTE has been, and I suppose I'm case in point, it's been very positive. It's completely, as I said, taken my career in a different direction, given me extra responsibilities, given me the opportunity to shape the kind of content that we do. And that's all been really interesting and very enjoyable. I think in terms of what we have at RTE, we've gone from the point of, I suppose, the early adopters and the people who are doing this in addition to whatever else they were doing, to now having people who are doing it all the time and having a dedicated team who are sort of showing what's possible and setting the standard. And if I think about how mobile is being used in every aspect of our news gathering, not just in what we do as sort of pro-mobile journalists, but pretty much any of my colleagues who are working as conventional news gatherers or reporters, they're all using phones to some degree or other, whether they're filing audio on their phones, whether they're taking pictures for the website, or whether they're grabbing clips for social. You know, so this is, I'm not sure if it's by design or by stealth, but certainly that mobile foothold, it's very much there now. And I think given what's happening right now, where I have colleagues asking me, how can I do this on a phone? How can I? And I'm answering all these questions remotely, but certainly we're seeing the technology absolutely come into its own right now, both with us as journalists, but in the real world, in the outside world, you know, people are picking up the phones every single day and recording aspects of this extraordinary story that's developing around the world. But look, you know, we'll see. Well, I mean, the next challenge is to further establish it and get it going, bring it up to the next level. So that's where my focus is, if I have a chance to focus on what we might be doing in a few months' time. But that's where we're at, yeah.
Very good. Now, you are widely regarded and multi-awarded, but we didn't even squeeze that bit into the intro, as one of the pioneers who's really pushed the boundaries on the aesthetic of what you can generate with a mobile phone.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you some of my stories, and if we can just bring up the slides, because there's some material there which will, I guess, give you a flavor of, first of all, the kind of stories I do, the kind of stories I enjoy doing. They'll give you a flavor of the kind of shots that pretty much pepper those stories. Certainly give you a sense of the kind of style I have when I'm filming. And I think when I am trying to do training, or when I'm speaking to colleagues or trying to give tips and tricks to my team, I'm always encouraging the idea of aspire to having a filming style, you know, aspire to having certain go-to methods and go-to tricks that you can use on every story. And you know, I think if anyone ever chose to break down my stories, they would find the same techniques over and over again. I think they work, and it's what I like doing. So look, you know, enough of me talking. First of all, I mean, you said I've been in this now I've been shooting as a Mojo for pretty much 7 or 8 years. So I thought I'd just give everyone who hasn't seen my stories a flavor of where I'm at, what I do, what those stories look like. So I'm just going to give you a sort of a 2-minute montage of the past 8 years.
Great.
So there you go. That was kind of 8 years in 2 minutes. And I think, you know, as I look back at those shots, there's shots in that sort of 2-minute montage that we're taking on a 4S and everything onwards up to an 11, which I'm using at the moment, an iPhone 11. They're all iPhone. But, you know, essentially the kind of my technique, my filming style was well ensconced by the time I started filming as a Mojo. And really, I suppose if I look back on it, I've bought everything I knew about filming with other cameras to how I use a phone nowadays. And as I said, I use a phone as a camera, and that's absolutely my technique. And looking at all those shots, you'll certainly see, you know, there's so many close-ups in there. And in every story I do, one of the most enjoyable aspects of filming with a phone for me is the fact that you can get so close into a story. You can show the audience so many details just by physically putting yourself, well, you physically have to put yourself at the heart of the story often, because as we all know, we don't really zoom with phones. We have to zoom with our feet. So those close-ups, if I broke them down, I'm sure that there's well over half of those shots are close-ups. But look, that was 8 years. And all those shots, I should point out, were filmed in FiLMiC Pro as well. So I've been a long-time user of FiLMiC Pro. But that was the last 8 years. But obviously, as I said at the start of this, we are still, even in lockdown, producing original stories. Our workflow has had to change, obviously, because of the lockdown, because we have to observe social distancing, and because of the various people are, you know, understandably, they have bigger issues to worry about than necessarily seeing us to do their story. But I want to show you a story that I actually did last week. This is a story. If I can show you this story from last week, this is very typical of the kind of stories that I would do. Again, what I'm going to show you first is the TV version of this story, because what we do now, and certainly what is integral to the way that my team operates, is that we do our stories for all platforms. We basically, while they're shot in a sort of television style, we definitely are absolutely concerned with optimizing them for every single platform that they potentially land on, which when it comes to doing versions for online or for social media means putting captions on, and we'll talk about that in a moment. We also do radio versions of these stories. So a lot of the stories that we do, although they essentially look like TV stories, they're repurposed for various different platforms. Anyway, this story from last week, filmed in FiLMiC and edited in Luma Fusion. This is a story I call Pandemic Portraits. Our worlds may have become smaller, but for some of us, the coronavirus pandemic has opened up new horizons. Shane Gillen has started drawing again for the first time since he left school.
Currently drawing Dr. Tony Houlihan, the Chief Medical Officer. The whole country is seeing his face on day in, day out, online and on TV, and he's very much become the face of COVID-19.
Shane decided to try his hand at portraits while staying at home in Dublin.
So I'm just using one pencil and two black gel pens, and that's it, and a sketch pad. Just things I had in my house. Like I had the sketch pad for years, sitting there empty.
Shane's portraits of Irish figureheads quickly became a social media hit. Quite unexpectedly, art is keeping him very busy while staying put.
I've had a non-stop steady stream of emails for commissions, and mostly it's people who can't be with their loved ones at the moment. You know, it's people who want to have an image of a loved one who they're not currently with, and we're all in that same boat.
Shane is the director of a talent agency. After rediscovering his own skill and passion for art, he says he won't be putting down his pencil and pen when life returns to normal.
No, I think I've learned a bit of a lesson. It's mad because had the pandemic not happened, I wouldn't have even tried drawing. You know, I'd be silly to stop it.
Philip Bromwell, RTE News, Dublin. So yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's blessed by gorgeous light, blue skies, and an interesting subject. And I often say, when it comes to television, if you can, half the battle for a good TV story is finding a great subject and good pictures. It's a relatively simple recipe, although it's obviously hard to achieve a lot of time. But people and pictures make for a good story, obviously. And here was a sort of simple, universal story that when the pandemic started, there was all this talk about I'm going to use it to write my novel, or I'm going to use it to learn how to blend in Luma Fusion. I don't know. I mean, this guy rediscovered that he could draw, which is we can all get on board with that kind of tale. But that's a story that's the TV version of that story. But I wanted to show you. What it looked. I want to take you inside my Luma Fusion timeline, if you like, for the social version of that story. So you're now looking at my Luma Fusion timeline. I'm just going to talk over it as I play it through. So I've screen grabbed this, but this is what it looked like as an edit. And you can see, if I just start it here, if I'm just going to get going in a moment, hopefully. There we go. Off we go. So the story, I've muted the volume, by the way, but basically the VO has gone, the voiceover has gone. We're now got captions where there would have been a voice. There's a music bed running. I'm using all the audio tracks, all the video tracks. Great that there's so much choice there. You can see in the left, that's where all my rushes are for this story. I'm just sort of waggling them about there, and you can see in the edit window that the captions are there. And I've stopped it there because what we've done in Luma Fusion is that we've created custom titles to match our corporate style. So this is now a 16:9 set of titles, and we would have what we would call a sentence title, a quote title, and we've saved them all and we've shared them all between the team. And it basically means that we've created once, we've shared them amongst the team, and it means that we all have the same assets and we can all ensure that there is a consistency of style with the stories that we do. And certainly for us, in terms of developing this idea of a mobile to mobile workflow, having that sort of ability and flexibility within Luma has been revelatory, really, because it has allowed us to just ensure a consistency. So everybody obviously has their individual style, but they're accessing the same sort of assets, which are themselves in the corporate style, although we have effectively mimicked that corporate style in LumaFusion. So that was a story from last week. As I said, a lot of what we're doing is still shot pretty much in a sort of television style. And I just want to show you another story that I really like shooting, because I'll show you the TV version of it, and then I'll show you what it looked like as both a version that was done for online and a version that was done for social media. So if I just flip forward to this story, this is a story this story is happening in every country in the world. I think there's always there are these people who are very committed to trying to keep beaches and our coastlines clean. And I just happened to hear about this guy who every single day he gets up at sunrise to clean his local beach. And he has some important things and universal things to say within the story. But let's have a look at this story, which was filmed last year, end of last summer, again filmed in FiLMiC, edited in LumaFusion. Sunrise at Saline Beach in County Wexford. But Sean Ferguson isn't up early to admire the view. Before Sean goes to work each day, he cleans one of his local beaches.
I'm here 10-15 minutes this morning. I've got a bag quarter full.
Sean finds certain items almost every day.
There's a beach toy. I'll keep that.
He's collected hundreds of discarded beach toys this summer.
Stuff like my arsenal of weaponry. So toy guns, all plastic. Never, ever, ever biodegrades. Ever. Never goes away. You got your obligatory swimming goggles. What have we got here? We got 11 boogie boards. The problem with these things is the artwork's quite beautiful on some of them. They're just wrapped. So the styrofoam on the inside, if this ends up out in the sea, that literally will last forever.
In the past, Sean has donated discarded toys to local creches and to a school in Africa.
Oh, no, you can't have that.
Now he's looking for a home for this summer's haul. He also wants more people to do their bit.
I'd like it if more people got up and cleaned beaches. Nature's screaming out for our help across the planet. I use nature every day as my playground, as my gym. So it's me doing something for it.
Sean's cleanup this morning has taken minutes, but for him, this really matters. Philip Bromwell, RTE News, County Wexford. So yeah, that was the TV version of that story, but I'll just quickly show you the first 30 seconds of both the online version and the mobile version, or the social media version, because again, this is using those assets that we've created in LumaFusion, those title assets, to provide the captions in lieu of a voiceover. Because as we know, most people nowadays, certainly with younger demographics, they aren't seeing us on television, but they are finding our content on phones. So what our job in my team, and what we repeatedly go back to the idea of, is making these stories work so that they work on a phone. So it's a nice sort of conceit, I suppose. Stories filmed on mobile, presented for the audience that it's consuming them on mobile. But look, this is what that story looked like when it was repurposed both for online and for social. So on the left-hand side, it's just showing the first 30 seconds of this, because you know the story by now. But this is, so if we have a look at, you know, a captioned version of that story for the website. There's Sean, he's coming down. No VO again. You can see that the captions are there. They're the corporate captions, except they're done in LumaFusion. And there's Molly again. Everybody loves Molly. There's that nice little shot of the tide coming in. And then quickly over here on the right-hand side is the kind of the vertical edit of the story. So we've done 3 edits of this story, all in Luma, all on different timelines, but this is what it looks like vertically. And as you know, Glenn, when we first started training, the idea of presenting vertical video was, you know, something to be completely frowned upon. But I
something
have to
criminalized, I think, if I
yes,
remember rightly.
I've obviously we still film landscape because we have to, because our stories could go on television. But actually, in terms of presenting them, I really like a vertical edit. And I've actually, I have had a couple of chances to film vertically as well, which was a very interesting challenge for me because it kind of tested all my understanding of framing and et cetera, but again, an interesting challenge. And a lot of my enjoyment from mobile journalism has been just the challenge. How do you work things out? How can I make this work? How can I tell the story in this way? So I know I'm coming to the end of my bit, so I'll just give you a few takeaways from my end of thing just on this final slide. It was really, you know, this idea of mobile to mobile content creation. As I said, they're all original stories shot and edited on mobile for the mobile audience primarily nowadays. We do TV and radio versions. From a storytelling perspective, and I think I heard some of Mike Castellucci's presentation earlier today, a lot of it's just about real people, because it sounds almost cliched, but people like to see stories about other people. And if those people are authentic and relatable, so much the better. We find certainly when we're thinking about stories now that if we are thinking about them working for a mobile audience, certainly emotion, any kind of emotion works really well. So we tend to really look at when we come to discussing stories and whether a story is worth doing, is it going to move me in some way? Is it going to make me happy, angry, sad? Is it going to inspire me? Because those are the kind of stories that really do get a lot of traction in the social space. And anyone who knows my work, I'm not afraid of doing the small stories, but I always think about the small stories having a big impact. I always think about those stories being the ones that genuinely stay in people's memory, either because of the way I've shot them or script lines or the way they're edited, preferably all of them together. But really, I'm not sniffy about the kind of stories I do. In fact, I love doing those small stories, but they're never more satisfying when you see them ripple outwards.
Very good. I want to try and squeeze one or two questions in because I didn't want to interrupt you when you're in full flow. The stuff is just too good. But there's a queue of questions waiting to come up. So let me fire them up. So Andrew asked this: how do you deal with having to present video and landscape and vertical? I think to a certain extent you might have just answered that. But I noticed like you reversioning in LumaFusion, like you're turning it from what we just saw there a second ago as a website into a mobile version in Luma. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So we just sort of, whichever edit you do first, 9:16 or 16:9, once that edit is completed, then you just start again in the other aspect ratio, basically. And we've also edited 1:1 and we've edited 4:5. Current preference is to do 16:9 and 9:16. I have to say, by the time you've reversioned your story several times, you've fallen out of love with your story a bit. But that's just the way it is. Audiences nowadays are incredibly fragmented, and if you really want to make your story be seen, you kind of have to optimize it for wherever it's going.
Very good. Let's see if we can squeeze one more in there. Oh, Rob Layton. Hey, Rob. You're staying up very late, mate. How many versions do you do, and how long does it take to version those stories? Yeah, how long? That's a great question, actually.
Oh, well, we can. I'd say at a bare minimum, you're doing 2 versions. At a bare minimum, you're doing a version for online and you're doing a version for social media, my team. But you could find yourself doing a television version and a radio version on top of that, and also writing an article. That's what I mean. By the time you've done 5 versions of the same story, yeah, that initial love and spark that you had about the story may have waned somewhat. But again, that's the game we're in. It's a game where the audience is incredibly fragmented, and there are different demographics and different spaces. And our job, if we want to survive and thrive as a national broadcaster, is to try to bring our stories wherever the audience is.
Fantastic. Okay, listen, we're going to have to leave it there, Philip, but you're going to join us again for the panel in about an hour and 30 minutes. Is that right?
That's very good. Yeah, look forward to it.
Great. I'll just keep this queue of questions on hold until we see you again. Okay, thanks a million. That was fantastic. Really appreciate it.
Right, cheers.
Okay, So now we're going to hop from Dublin in Ireland all the way down to Italy, where Nico Piro is hopefully standing by. Nico, are you able to hear me okay?
Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to join you and our great community.
We can see you okay, but sorry, we can hear you perfectly, but we're not actually seeing you just yet, Nico. We'll give it a second to buffer, I guess. Yep.
I don't know. Let me change the camera.
There we are. You're there. We see you. Hey.
Yeah. That's an emergency camera. The first one failed.
Oh, never mind. You know, it's all live. That's the fun of it, I guess. So anyway, how are things? I know that you have been out at the front line, like over the last couple of weeks. You've been right at the front line, basically filming COVID up close, if you will. Do you want to talk to the audience a little bit about your journey to where you are today first?
Yes, that's strange because I'm a foreign affairs staff member. So I usually cover crisis and conflicts, something happening very far away from my country, from Italy. And a month ago, when the epidemic arrived in Italy and hit Italy very hard, I volunteered to help my fellow colleagues going all over Italy to cover what was happening, and it's been a great experience. I mostly covered what I usually do abroad. I mean, the wretched of the earth, the last one, the poor people, all the people who have been hit hard by this epidemic, by the linked economic crisis. And last week, instead, I was in Bergamo, that, as you know, is the eye of the storm, is the most affected area in Italy, one of the most affected area in Italy. And my phone was a great tool again to tell stories.
Okay, we will go to Bergamo and we will have a look at some of the amazing content that you've shot, because I know you've shared it recently enough on social media anyway. But I'm really intrigued by the idea that, you know, as a correspondent, that you often end up in conflict zones and in hostile environments, because back in the day when we were implementing RTE Mojo, it was very much a case of that was exactly when you would not deploy a Mojo. That's when you definitely wanted a 2 or possibly a 3-person crew. So what's been your experience of reporting, you know, with a mobile phone in conflict and war zones?
First of all, everything began in 2014 when I wanted to be a better journalist. I wanted to take control of all the process, from shooting to editing to deliver my piece. Don't get me wrong, I was so lucky I had worked with great cameramen, but I was tired of being behind their shoulder, saying, do this, do that. I wanted, to take the ball in my hands. I spent 12 years of assignment going in and out of Afghanistan, which is the place I love the most, and it's a forgotten crisis. And I love that country. I love Afghan people. And there are a lot of stories that deserve to be told. And a year ago, in November, I was in Kabul, 2018, I was going out, and there was also another TV crew, 4-people crew, cameraman, editor, journalist, and the sound engineer. They went out with 4 armor SUVs and with 12 people of the security details. I was out with a Toyota Corolla from 1992, my driver, my interpreter, low profile, and I could do things that were almost impossible for them. So minimizing the camera helps you. It's a piece of the mosaic to, let's say, mitigate the risk. It's a matter of tactical approach, and a camera is part of it. Afghanistan is the most dangerous place in the world to work as a journalist. This means that the less you declare, you show that you are a journalist, the better it is. It's true for the Afghan, our heroic Afghan colleagues. It's true for the foreigners, who are also target of possible kidnapping. So, what can I tell you? A phone can be a very powerful tool. As you know, I use multiple tools. I use a mirrorless camera, I use my iPhones, and I use a GoPro. So I like to change different tools according to the situation, but definitely to lower the risk, a phone it's a great piece in that mosaic.
Very good. And I like the idea that you almost get an anonymity because you can blend in with the crowd when you have a phone, because pretty much everyone else has a phone as well. Interesting that in the previous session, one of the questions I asked was, what is the one feature that you'd like most smartphones to get? And 3 of the 4 panelists said better zoom would be a huge thing. So are you augmenting the limitations of zoom in the phone by simply jumping off to mirrorless with a better lens? Is that how you approach it, or how do you get around that?
I use mirrorless. It depends. Zooming, it's part of me using mirrorless. I see a mirrorless like a companion of my phone. But most of all is about, I have to say, weather condition. Sounds strange, but unfortunately, phone have a very low working temperature. The maximum working temperature doesn't match with many of the environment I'm usually in. Kabul in the summer, Lashkar or the southeast of the country, as Sierra Leone. When I was in 2015 in Sierra Leone with covering the Ebola epidemics, the phone and the mirrorless at the same time went under stress very, very easily because of the external temperature.
Interesting. Now, I think we have a clip of one of the pieces that you did in Afghanistan. I guess this must be a mix of different cameras, or is this strictly just phone? Tell us.
No, there is just a little insert of a GoPro.
Okay, and warning, it's disturbing content. We see that. No, okay.
When you are stuck in traffic, you probably think about the same things that every commuter in the Western world thinks about. Being late for the gym, your friend who's waiting for you for a cocktail, the dinner you have to cook for your family. This is not what happens when you are stuck in traffic in Kabul. Here you think about what can go wrong. You think about being the accidental victim of a suicide bomber. Every second is longer while you are a sitting duck, especially if you are close to a potential target like a government building. This is the everyday life in the Afghan capital, and more or less, it's the everyday life in many war zones.
Yes.
People try to lead a normal life. They go to the
Okay, I think we've just muted the sound on that one, but this was, I'm just interested about your workflow now. So you said it was shot basically between a GoPro and possibly another camera too. How did you edit this? Was this cut on a laptop, or would you have cut this in LumaFusion, or how did you go about it?
Yes, this was cut on a laptop because I had a longer time. I mean, this is not a piece for my news bulletin. This I did it because, I mean, it's a 5 minute long, which is an unusual size, and I wanted to do. I mean, I had a longer time to do it. Basically, this came out for my last book presentation, for my last book tours.
Oh, okay, very good, very good. Okay, I'm both intrigued and slightly in awe of you for the cojones basically to work in a war zone on your own. I have to be honest. I think you have to have a very special spine and determination to be able to do this, man. So I really do. I'm very, very impressed and in awe of what you've done. Let's take the journey back home a little bit, if you will, and let's talk about life back in Italy since COVID kicked off. So you, as you said earlier, you've already been out in the field, you've been reporting, but I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen on social media, you literally have been right at the front line. I mean, this is not reporting from home. This is in the middle of the hospital. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that experience?
Yes, honestly, I mean, if I have to compare my experience during the Ebola epidemic in Africa and now, it's different, because Ebola is a high death rate, 60-90%. But it's easier to see someone who can be potentially contagious. Nowadays, instead, I mean, let me say something. You can, of course, don't get me wrong, but you can even trust your own beloved kids. Everybody can be contagious, can be a virus carrier. So you have to be very, very careful. I mean, it's not just the hospital, it's the homeless shelter, it's the homeless cafeteria, it's food distribution. And usually my company follow the standard workflow, cameraman and journalist. But working in Italy, I asked, and I mean, they gave me the green light to work by myself for multiple reasons, because this is the way I work, and it's my experience abroad, but also for safety reason. I mean, you are in a car for 6-7 hours. You spend a cameraman is your brother. Your life is you and your cameraman are the same person. But nowadays, I mean, I feel better on my own.
Okay,
And
let's roll the pictures while you're talking over them, actually, because this is you getting prepared here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Entrare e uscire dalla zona rossa richiede una lunga e meticolosa procedura di vestizione e di decontaminazione. Oltre quella porta in agguato c'è il contagio. Quello che vedete è un ospedale da circa 140 posti dedicato solo a pazienti Covid. Grazie all'impegno degli artigiani locali e degli alpini in congedo è stato costruito a tempo di record nei padiglioni della fiera di Bergamo. Ma questo ospedale è unico anche per un altro motivo. Mette insieme esperienze diverse, quella della sanità pubblica e gestito dalla locale azienda ospedaliera, ma anche quella di emergency, maturata tra l'epidemia di Ebola in Africa e la guerra in Afghanistan.
Quello che mi dicono i colleghi quando appunto condividiamo queste misure che abbiamo messo in atto durante l'Ebola e spieghiamo su quali principi si basano e come declinarle in questo tipo di epidemia, di solito le trovano utili, cioè stanno ad ascoltare e vanno a condividere quello che noi stiamo dicendo.
Al lavoro ci sono anche paramedici reclutati dalla protezione civile e un contingente di medici militari russi. A coordinare esperienze, metodi, culture e lingue diverse c'è un medico bergamasco.
Questa struttura diventa strategica per quanto riguarda la
So I'm just interested to get a little bit of the backstory on this one. So again, this is you reporting on your own. You're clearly using a mix of cameras here. This one looks like a 360 camera. Talk me through how you approach this.
No, I approach this. First of all, I had no doubt. I went in with my phone. Second, I had a GoPro on my head, but unfortunately the shield created a sort of distortion, so I could use just a few shots from the GoPro. About the iPhone, why did I decide to go in with the iPhone? For two main reasons, and I have also a backstage clip which maybe you can roll in.
Sure.
Why going into the hospital this is a new ICU. My camera was the first camera to enter this new ICU, has been built in a record time, 8 days, in the pavilion of the exhibition center in Bergamo. So it's a miracle. Why I went in with the phone? Two reasons. First of all, with different priorities. First of all, it's easier to sanitize a phone. You can spray it, IP63, so you can spray it with alcohol, so you can easily sanitize it after, getting out of that. Second, because when you use a standard camera with all the gears, it's very easy to break your gloves. And third, which is the most important point, is empathy. I have spent hours and hours of my assignment in ER rooms. In Kabul, you see a door, and from that door, every minute you have during a mass casualty, you have people entering, covered in blood, with missing limbs. And the two things you want to do is, first of all, you don't want to create problem to health workers because they are saving lives. And second, because you can harm themselves. If you, hit a paramedic with a blade, he can wound himself. So position and being a minimum space, the minimum space you take, the better it is. And second, it's empathy. As the great Robert Capa said, love the people and let them understand. It's important to minimize your presence, to create a bonding with the people who are there. While I was walking and having a little phone with your little tripod, helps you to blend in. And there was a girl who stopped me and told me, please don't show my face because my mother doesn't know that I'm here.
Wow.
I found another guy with me from his bed. He was in full recovery. And he said, at what time you are hearing this? Because I want to call my mom. and there was a man, old man, who clearly, I mean, he has just made it, and told me, "Have a great day, good work." These are part of the job. I mean, blending in and using your phone to minimize the impact on the people. Otherwise, you don't want to look at people through a piece of metal and a piece of glass. You want to have the eye contact, and the phone helps you.
Yeah, you're breaking down the barriers. I fully appreciate that. Now, this clip that we have queued up here to play at the moment, is this double take?
Yes, this is double take. Double take is a great a great addition to my workflow. Maybe we can put it on hold, please. I want to just say a few things. What's my job? I go out. I'm in Bangladesh, let's say, covering the Rohingya crisis. I go out early in the morning at like 8 o'clock. At 7 p.m., which by the way, it's midnight in Bangladesh, my piece is aired in my news bulletin main edition, 7 p.m. Italy time. So there is such. What's my chance? My chance is just rebroadcasting, putting online on my social media, on the company social media, the piece which has been aired at 7 p.m. So it's just after 7 p.m. Instead, my workflow is different. Thanks to the phone, from 9 o'clock in the morning, the first step I put into the refugee camp, the first story I find, I can work on it with Luma Fusion, with my phone, also with still pictures, and I can upload them on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. So I think that this is the point, Glenn. Journalism will never change. Journalism is about storytelling, sources, double checking, and so on, ethics, and so on. What is changing is the workflow. We have to serve multiple platforms. We have to serve people who are spread, as Philip said before, all over the place. They are not anymore in front of TV. So this is why we need to be active from the first minute we are on the field. Let's watch the double take clip.
Is there sound on it, Nico? You can talk over it if not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just. I hope that Elliot can.
Every day, I would say it's a real privilege, because you can really understand how this fight can be difficult, demanding, and tough.
This is Via Veneto, the very famous street of La Dolce Vita. And what I can say is that this is the most crowded time of the day in Rome now.
The situation on the island is explosive also because of the new policy by the new government, which was elected last year.
So do you mind me asking, Nico, like, has that content with the picture-in-picture from Double Take, has that been used in broadcast, or are you using just on social media, or?
No, that's the nice thing. I mean, when I told you in the beginning, I wanted to take full control of the process. At the same time, you have a doubt. You don't want to ruin your journalism because you want to do two things at the same time. So this is why you use also a phone. You use very essential tools because you want to keep your journalistic standard as high as it was. You want to just complement it with the good visual storytelling. And Double Take, I love it, Double Take, because I was covering that protest in Lesbos, in Greece, or I was into the ICU, or I was driving my car. And it's easy. You can just go record your clip, and in a few minutes you are already online. And it's nice because you show the place and you show also the journalist. So it's a sort of 360-degree view, let's say. And the presence of the journalist makes of course the difference in the frame. So I love it, and it's part of the workflow I was telling earlier. I mean, I was driving to cover a story of Caritas handing out help for poor elders in in their houses. And while driving to that place, I saw the empty streets, the most crowded street in Rome. I saw it empty. I said, that's the story I wanna tell. So I started with double take, and in a few minutes I was on Twitter, and I was on my company's social media.
Very good, very good. We're nearly running out of time before we take the questions, Nico. But I have one question for you, just to get a little point in relation to the gear. So it came up in the discussion earlier on today in relation to how you deal with social distancing when you're interviewing and so on and so forth. So I'm assuming that it's particularly in the type of environments that you're working in right now that audio is quite a challenge. How are you getting around the limitations of social distancing?
This is not a broom. This is a boom pole, which you can make it longer if you want. And this helps you to keep the distance. And it's mandatory. My company, from the beginning of my company, worked very well, I have to say, with safety, with our PPE, and also with this kind of rules. We are not allowed to use body mount microphones, and we are using boom poles, which in Italy are basically impossible to be found. And to be found. And so that's why I have to tell you that there is a picture which can be put on screen if anything. Yeah. Look, this is an interview I was doing in Bergamo. Why I was using that's a sort of paradox. Why you go into an ICU, which is the most contaminated area in the world, with the phone, and you use a mirrorless for your interview? Because again, we are coming back to the Zoom, because with changing the lens, I can be away from the subject, but at the same time I can do a nice framing. Using the phone would have been more complicated. And there is also another little tiny detail, which seems strange, but it's true. When you use this, and when you use the long cable, the phone is light, so it's very easy that trying to move and keep the boom pole on for like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, you can tip over the phone because the phone is very light. But that's just a secondary aspect.
Yeah, very good. Okay, great. I think we need to try and take some questions because there's quite a queue of them coming in. So let's have a look at the first one. It's from Angel Chiacchio, who was one of our speakers last week. And he says, hi, did your experience in war zones help you working during the lockdown?
Of course, because I call it tactical approach. When you go out, when we usually go out, let's say to do interview about the sale, you go out, you hit a few spots, you don't like it, you change the place, you change the neighborhood, you can go around for an entire day. This time instead, it's like being in a high risk area. So you have to plan everything carefully, going out, hitting the target, thinking about the extraction. So it's everything has to be very, very well planned. Tactical approach again. And you have also to think about the psychology of people. People are under stress. Vox pops are getting more and more difficult because people where they are in line, they don't want to be, let's say, queuing to enter a supermarket. They don't want to be disturbed. They don't want to talk to you. So you need a lot more care, a lot more empathy to get vox pops. And when you go inside stores, and the phone can be a very, very good tool in this kind of environment, you are most of the time being rejected because people are afraid that you are taking picture of not respecting social distancing, not using gloves. Every shop owners or every place which is still on, which is still open, the people are working there are afraid that the camera can expose them. This is very, very common. It's something which is it's in this psychological part. It's very reminds me of what you do in a conflict zone. Yes.
Very good. Okay, great. Let's take another question. So Skip Hunt has asked, Nico, when 360 content needs to be edited, is that edited in Luma Fusion 2?
Yes, but I usually I have to tell you that in the last, let's say, year, I stopped using I saw the fill piece with the little world effect inside, and I have to tell you that I'm behind. I want to get back to use 360, but just for the nice shot you can have using a pole, especially in a high rise and things like that. But I have to still working. I have to work on them. I mean, on this kind of approach too.
Okay, I will mention, just to skip that, yeah, LumaFusion can support 360 content, if that is kind of part of the question. I'm not too sure. Another question, Penny DeFalco says, Nico, how do you find LumaFusion integrating video from multiple video file types from different video recording devices? It's a good question too. Yeah, the mixed cameras, any issues?
No, not really. The important is that I usually tell to my, let's say, students, really our fellow colleagues, don't go out in the field without having tested your equipment back at home.
That's good advice, yeah.
Do a few dry runs, because that's when you have problems. You go out, okay, I've read the manual, I've watched the tutorial, everything will be fine, and then you find out something wrong, that there is something wrong. So always do dry runs, always. I mean, the most exciting part of this new age of storytelling, honestly, is learning. We learn something every day. I just told you about 360. I stopped using the 360 camera a year ago. I don't even know why, because I had other things I wanted to put my hands on. And now I feel that I have to put my hands back on it. I want to go ahead. So it's always learning. And believe me, and you know better than me, it's exciting. It's a big pleasure.
Yeah, it can be expensive too, but on that bombshell, we'll
move on. But don't tell this to my wife, please.
Yeah, you and me both. Should be one more question there, I hope. Here you go. Alicia Arona, have you thought to make a profile of some of the patients? Everyone is talking about how the situation is influencing people outside hospitals, but not really how sick people, I guess, are feeling.
That's a great question. Usually this is what I do in war zones. In war zones, the dead people are just numbers. They have no faces, no names, no stories, and that's terrible. And honestly, it's happening the same here in Italy. But there is something, I mean, what I see from the media, but I'm seeing the same from the US media too, from UK media too. It's a storm. It's a flow of news every day, and affected people take long to full recover. So I think that you are gonna see those stories coming out in the next weeks.
Yeah, and you would wonder if people basically who are infected are documenting that journey themselves. Again, you know, we've spoken multiple times about how smartphones are ubiquitous, and more people are turning to just switching the camera on, talking to the camera as a vlogger, albeit just impromptu. So yeah, I think you're right. It'll be interesting to see as this starts to ease what may happen basically in the coverage of it from a UGC point of view.
But as journalists, it's our responsibilities. We have to go now. Let's say in Italy we have been talking about phase 2, which means that slowly the shops and a few places are going to reopen, not schools. And but that's I think that as a media we need a phase 2. We also, us as a media, we need a phase 2. We have to start giving faces and names and stories to the numbers.
Okay, very good. Really good. We are going to hop, but you're going to come back to us in about 60 minutes for the panel discussion. Yeah, Nico, thank you so much for sharing your story with us. You're an inspiration, mate. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to hop now from Italy to the upper regions of Norway, where a good friend of mine, John Inge Johansson from NRK, hopefully is standing by. Like Philip, John Inge and I go back a long way in relation to training people in mobile journalism as well. We did our first course together, I think, in 2012?
2012, yeah, that is right.
So seems like a lifetime ago at this stage. How are things in Norway, John?
Well, things are quite equal to the rest of Europe, I would reckon. We haven't got a big lockdown, but schools are still closed or partially closed. They just opened this week from the 1st to the 4th grade. And kindergartens has just reopened. But people are still working from home office, struggling with Zoom, struggling with Teams, struggling with everything that goes for digital communication. But I think there has been a giant leap for the teachers in Norway now to try to teach on electronic devices. So they have had a big leap in digital competence during the recent weeks.
Very good. Now, for you as a journalist with a very, very large beat in northern Norway, have you been forced, like Philip, to basically improvise and work from home? Are you still allowed out in the field, or what's the status?
No, it's the same as I mean, just prior to the lockdown in Norway, we got this text message from my technical manager saying, well, you need everyone in Norwegian Broadcasting need all these apps on their phone. They need all these programs on the computer. You have to check your VPN because you're going to work from home. Which is basically what I've been doing for the last 30 years. So now I just sent him a mail back and say, check. I'm prepared for this because I work all alone in a remote area. I'm not connected to a big newsroom or a news desk. So I have everything I need on my phone and on my computer and everything. So pretty much business as usual for me. But of course, as Nico said, it's difficult to find people for Vox Pops on the street. Everyone is busy. And we also have all these contagious, the rules to avoid to be contaminated by other people. So we also put plastic on the microphones and use boom poles and everything.
Very good. I'm just wondering, I know from my experience with NRK going back over the last 10 years that you've always been at the cutting edge of experimenting with new devices, even as far back as one of the most embarrassing experiences I've ever had was standing up at a conference in 2007 to celebrate the fact that RTE had just shot a story with the Nokia N93. And for the questions at the end of that session, the girl from NRK stood up and said, yes, we've been doing this in Norway for the last 12 months. I was like,
yeah.
On that bombshell, you've always had access to a mixed economy.
Yeah, we do. We are basically Norway is based on international oil fund investments, and of course, oil is an important part of the Norwegian economy. But we had a vice government years ago that put some money into a fund that invested abroad. But now we are kind of double punished because the price of a barrel of oil has fallen down through the floor. And our Norwegian krone is not as much worth towards the international economy as it used to be. So in many ways, we are maybe experiencing a giant shift that we haven't experienced in Norway since since the beginning of the 1900th century. So it's exciting to see what comes on the other side. But apart from that, Norwegian Broadcasting is a public funded TV channel or broadcasting house doing online and radio and TV. And we have had access to most of the technology for many, many years. And funny thing, you mentioned the Nokia. The first direct shot I did on the Nokia was through Bamboozer, and I think it was the N85. So it was even prior to the N93.
There you go. Proof in the pudding. Rub salt in the wound. Why don't you? Thanks. Yeah. So, question. So I mean, NRK as an organization was very early into the whole video journalism movement as well. And I mean, you've been trained and operated as a VJ for many years. So, talk to me a bit about like day to day, the routine, what kit you use, and how you report basically in the area you're in.
Yeah, we can just start with the presentation, and then we will have even more time for the. For everything afterwards that. But sure. I call myself the lonely rider, and that's basically because I work on my own. I'm a one-man office, one-man band with all the gear, all the sound, the responsibility for editing the packages out in the field. And I try to I deliver content to TV and radio and online services every day, and I use my mobile phone every day in production at some level. And then I use a lot of cameras. My main camera is it's a small camera. It's a Canon XA35, but my second camera is my phone. And then I have the whole range of DSLR, GoPro Fusion, and now recently, just prior to the lockdown, I got a ROV, an underwater drone that I'm going to try to find out how it works now when I have the time. But I work with a lot of different cameras in a great variety of fields, everything from being a video journalist, editing complete packages out in the field, to quite different tasks, like working as a cameraman on multicam production. And also I'm a radio host for the regional morning or the afternoon show on the radio. And if you see on the picture on the left, it's me and a Sony F5. That's a camera worth $20,000, and that is without the lens. And on the lower right, around here, whoops, up somewhere here, up, you can see an old GoPro, and it's worth probably a few hundreds. So it's a big difference between the different kind of cameras that I use. And then I do my editing everywhere. And since I'm mostly alone in a remote district with a lot of traveling time from place to place, I try to edit whenever I can. And that could be like in a helicopter or even at sea. And a thing I've done at numerous occasions is editing on cafes or in the backseat of a car, or waiting for something else to happen while waiting for another interviewee. I can just spend my time editing. I guess it's fair to say that my job here is not as exciting as Nico's. I don't do anything in a hostile environment, nor is it as focused as Philip and the crew in RTE. I mean, creating mobile content for mobile first, that's not where I am at the moment. I'm more the kind of Mojo that try to include the capabilities of the phone into everyday situations in the Arctic with the northern light and everything. So, I mean, it could sound exotic, but it's more like a day-to-day job on the regular news covering, and nothing big and exciting, but the nature and the outskirts where I live makes it exotic and exciting anyway. And Mojo packs small, they say, and this is the gear that I once had to carry, which is one good reason why you should go Mojo. And I will just try to share something else for you now. If I go to this and this, I can show you my my camera. This is the XA35, which is very useful for me because it has two inputs, to track 1 and track 2 on the edited or on the recorded material. But the fine thing about this camera is that it kind of makes me able to do a double or continuous recording. And when you choose continuous recording, I can choose the second SD card to do an MP4 4 megabit per second recording. So this is the camera I choose to bring with me together with the iPhone. And the iPhone rig is an iRig, which gives me XLR input. And it's, of course, this one that everybody needs, which makes the Lightning to a jack. And then a few of the roadies, which makes it possible for me to kind of connect any headset to the phone, or even microphones designed to be microphones to the phone. That's the one with the 2 rings, and this is the one with the 3 rings. I see some people have just recently discovered that this exists, but I've been using it for many, many years. And of course, I have a phone, and when you know the interior part of the phone, you know that the battery is here. And then it's good to have like this. This is a USB rechargeable heating device. It says pocket warmer. It's actually designed to warm your hands when you're out in the cold, and you can charge it on USB, and then it brings out like 38 degrees. And it's when you put it on here and you kind of cover it with something, it's keeping your battery warm when it's cold. And that is a thing that happens a lot in my region. So this is now my part of my my mobile kit, but of course I need microphones as well. And this is also another thing with this camera, is that it has a zoom lens. The thing with true Mojos is that use only the phone is that they zoom with their feet, which is not the best thing to do when you are out in a boat or something. So what I do is to use this camera as a zoomable device with better quality, and then I transfer the images from the camera to the phone. And when the camera is set up with double recording, I can enable Wi-Fi and connect my phone to the camera. I will show you now what this looks like. And this is something that I have pre-recorded, so I hope it works. And it looks like this. When I connect my phone and I put the camera in Wi-Fi mode, it shows up as a Wi-Fi in my phone. I can connect to that, and boom, what happens next? Well, I can go into the camcorder, I can choose the XA35 and card B, which is my MP4 device camera. And you can see I have a lot of clips there. And even MP4 quality is more than good enough for TV. Unfortunately, it's not possible to mark several clips to import to your camera roll, so you have to do it one by one. Usually I have a few amount of rushes because, you know, VJs know what they film. So the transfer time to the phone is approximately 50% of the duration of the clip. And this project here is basically some brushes that I sent to a colleague. So I put all the brushes down on a timeline like this in Luma, and on the interview part, when I get to the interview that I did with 2 tracks, I triple click it. You will see it now in a second. So I put the interview down on timeline, triple click to detach the audio twice. And why do I do that? Well, it's because I work as a multimedia journalist, both for TV and for radio. So now I'm going to switch to horizontal mode, like this. And you will see that when I have the 2 audio clips down on the timeline, I can do some really important editing on it. I can mark the clip. I can go to configuration, remove the stereo, and make fill from left, which is my track 2, the interview microphone. And then I pan it to the left as well. And then on the second clip, on the second track, I do the same, but now I choose edit and configuration, fill from right. And then I can pan it to the right as well, which is really useful because then when, well, now you can actually hear what we're talking about. That's not important. But anyway, you can hear it, and I do a check. I can see on the VU meters that the track is in true stereo. So I had different outbursts on the VU meter. And it's easier for my colleague now to separate the sound when he gets the footage. If he is in a rush, it can still go directly on air with a head and tails cut, and the audio for the interviewee is still there, and it's easy to put on air and kind of mute my microphone. When it's a combined stereo track, it's not possible to do it the same way. So now, after I've put it on the timeline, I just go through it to check that everything is where it's supposed to be. I did add a 1-second clip that I deleted, and then I can check that all the B-roll things are in place. So this is a regular rushes package with the interview and the B-roll at first, and then I can export to photos, use the settings for television, which is 50 frames per second. And as you can see, it takes 4 minutes and 27 seconds to export it. I've shortened it now for obvious reasons. And that is approximately real time. This clip was 4 minutes and 27 seconds, so it's 1 by 1 second to get it exported. And the other nice thing about detaching the audio is that I can use the interview mic, and then I can export the sound only from the interview mic to my radio app and do editing there, or I could do editing for radio within LumaFusion, which I do a lot. And then the last part of how to integrate this phone workflow into the everyday news job is to transfer the material back to station. And then I opened, this is the field, what you call it, the field delivery system for Norwegian Broadcasting. Looks like this. It has all my credentials already saved. I can upload rushes. Råstoff is rushes. I go to my camera roll, find the clip, and boom, 700 and something with megabytes. And this is the nice part. I can add metadata so I can write the name of the interviewee, where it's taken. I can put broadcasting rights. You know, like part of what we have is not allowed to reuse, but everything that we film ourselves is reusable. And now I've shortened the time again. It's already at 98%. But the interesting thing now is to see when it's up to 100. Kaboom. It took me 6 minutes and 47 seconds to send this material in-house, which is not fast. I'm looking forward to 5G, but it's a lot more quicker for me to use my phone in such situations than it would be to go back to my home office, open my computer, ingest all the material to the computer, edit on the computer, and then transfer from the computer, because travel time is really an issue in my region. And I said that the quality of 4 megabit confirmation is sufficient, and I'm going to show you now a piece that I made out on the open sea. Everything is shot with the XA35, apart from 2 shots that is done on the phone, and it's edited in the boat on the way back. It's a story about a Norwegian theater who is out on a tour, and I have subtitled it.
Himmel, hav og fjell I skjønn forening, og hele staben til Riksteatret på vei ut til Skrova I Lofoten. I dag har de premierestart på forestillinga Havboka, og da det naturlig å dra tilbake til opprinnelsesstedet.
Det så vakkert her ute, og ja, nå kom vi til Åsfjordbruket der. Så det å komme hit I forhold til å gjøre den boka var essensielt, altså bare for å få hele følelsen, og det opphavet til hele greia.
Havboka historien om forfatter Morten Strøksnes og kameraten Hugo Åsjord sin kamp for å få fanget ei håkjæring ute I Vestfjorden gjennom et helt år. Og nå det på tide at de som har vært med å lage teaterforestillinger også får se hvordan ting I virkeligheten.
Det kjempeviktig. Altså, for de fleste av dem har jo bare drømt om dette stedet og har slags sine egne bilder av det. Jeg har jo selvfølgelig sett foto sånn, men å komme hit jo noe helt annet.
Og Hugo Åsjord selv, en av hovedpersonene, tar imot når de kommer til hans fiskebruk.
Det har jo vært fantastisk. Hun har jo utgitt I nesten 30 land, tror jeg.
Oversatt til flere språk?
Ja. Nei, og vi merker det jo her I Skrova at det kommer mye folk innom her på grunn av boka.
Havboka har premiere I kveld på Lofoten kulturhus, før den skal ut på turné I hele Norge med Riksteatret.
Well, I'm not going to try to outsmart you, Glenn, to ask which 2 of the clips were done with the phone. But the trip down out to this island is like 30-35 minutes with a boat each way. So, of course, how to spend that time on board the boat to do the editing, it really kind of saves me a lot of stress afterwards when I can do it on board and on the way.
Very good. Can I just ask you, so you said that you cut it on the phone on the way back, basically in the boat. Do you use the phone because of the heat pack, or do you use the phone because it's easier to bring that out in the boat than it is to bring an iPad? I'm just curious to know, like...
Well, I could have used an iPad, but I always bring my phone. And this trip was kind of coincidental. It suddenly happened. I met a few of the actors, and I said, where are you going? Oh, we're going on a boat, and blah, blah, blah. And I happened to have my camera because I was out doing some beauty shots for another reportage. Mm-hmm. So I said, well, I'll join you. And I had, I had the microphones with me, I had the camera, and I had my phone. So I brought the equipment that was available at the time. But it's becoming more and more the way I work. I try to use the phone as much as I can. And as for radio, I use it all the time, every day. Several times a day to transfer and to edit radio broadcasts. And I also edit a lot of the radio in Luma Fusion. But the good thing about FiLMiC Pro is that in spite of me having this XA35 camera, it's really difficult to have good shots with bokeh or depth of field. But it's much easier on the phone to have the same effect. So I use FiLMiC Pro to do a lot of the shots with the bokeh. And well, I have to say a few words about audio, because most journalists they don't care about audio for some reason. I'm not sure why, but it seems like they don't care about how the audio is supposed to work. I mean, we have all these omnidirectional phones, the microphones that you use for interview, and they are really non-sensitive, or they're low sensitive, so you need to bring them close to the mouth to get something hearable into the microphones. But then you also have, on the other side, we have these shotgun microphones that are really directional. And with the COVID-19, the issues that we've been underlaid in the reporting is that we have to use the pole with an interview mic, an omnidirectional mic with plastic covers on it. And some of them, my colleagues, they also use shotgun mics in Zeppeliners, but still on the pole, which is quite unnecessary. So as far as I've been doing for the last weeks after the coronavirus hit, is to use a different set. I have in my kit a Sennheiser ND65, which is a microphone made for film. It's the same that they use on the boom pole, but 2.5 meters above the actors. So it's really, really good directional microphone, and it doesn't contain any noise from the sides. And then my personal microphone for my voice is a wireless EK100. It's the same that I'm using right now, and it makes it easier for me to be detached from the camera. I can put down the Zeppeliner and the camera, and I'm not connected to it with a personal wire. That's the reason why I use the wireless microphone for that. So I'm just about to quit the presentation. I'm just going to take a few words about how to combine the Mojo and the TV production. And remember, it's not about going full Mojo and being the most Puritan person ever and saying, oh, the phone is the only thing that works. The phone works perfectly well with a lot of other equipment as well. So it's about using the phone for what it's worth. And the takeaways that you will get from me is that you can never underestimate your sound, because you can have good shots, but if people can't hear what you say, then what is your story really? And find an app that can suit your needs, which is very important. I think I've downloaded like 1,000 apps during my iPhone career, and maybe 40 of them are in daily use, and the rest of the 960s have been scratched. But it's important to try different apps to find the one that suits your needs. And any camera will do, as long as it takes some kind of picture. Even a good camera obscura, a shoebox with a pinhole and a negative on the backside, will do, as long as you have good sound. So I'll stop there and open for you, Glenn.
Okay, great. Well, we have audience questions coming in hard and fast. I think there's one actually on standby already. From Moondog Labs, no less. What brand do you suggest for your USB pocket warmer?
Well, I only know of one brand, which is the one. I left it on, so it's quite warm right now. Well, it's something from China. I bought it on an online store, so I wouldn't be in a position to recommend anything. Just go Google pocket warmer USB rechargeable, and whatever you find there will be okay. And you know, most of the phones, and cheap phones as well, they tend to get warm. So you can use a cheap phone as a pocket warmer for your expensive phone.
Okay, I'm sure there's some other questions there as well. Skip is back. So does John run audio directly into the phone via mixer, or does he record it separately? If separately, how do you sync it in LumaFusion?
Well, as for now, I've been doing it with my camera, so it's synced within the camera. It's a mixed stereo track that I import to LumaFusion from the X835, and then then it's already synced. So I don't use another mixer. But I'm curious to look more into FiLMiC and to the FiLMiC remote, which makes it possible to do a remote recording of audio with your interviewee by putting a phone to someone else, and then you can sync it afterwards. I haven't found time yet to test it out, but it's on my to-do list.
Okay, very good. I'm kind of curious, John, because I mean, you know, I guess our paths ran parallel between NRK and RTE in many ways with Mojo. Like at this stage, how would you define the adoption of Mojo across NRK? Has it become normalized? Is it in fairly regular use, or are you still the maverick that you've kind of always been?
Well, we've been we are a few guys who are doing, and a few girls as well, of course, just not to. But we are a small group. Swedish TV has done it in a much bigger scale than Norway. We did, in the early days, we had a philosophy of training everyone in the staff to take pictures and to bring the pictures back to the newsroom, so that every member and every employee of the Norwegian Broadcasting would be a participating member of the content creators. But as for using the phone on a regular day-to-day basis, not so much, because we have access to all these other cameras. And to be quite honest, it's the best camera that I've ever had. I do a lot of what we call live alone. I go live on the regular broadcast all alone. And it's possible to do with the app that we have in the iPhone. But whenever you take your iPhone and you start moving it around, the image wobbles. But this camera is so light, I can hold it in my arm. I can stand like this for a minute and a half prior to me going on air, and it doesn't weigh much, so I can hold it quite steady and do my presentation into the camera and then slowly turn it around while it's still stable, opened the Finder so I can do an interview with whoever I'm interviewing, and then also kind of play with the camera in a quite different way that I do with the phone. So, well, we have all sorts of cameras, so we use the one that is most sufficient for the task that we are doing.
Okay, one more question, I think, coming in from the audience. It's from Anne Charles. Hello, Anne. What's the advantage of using LumaFusion for the radio pieces over something like Ferrite, for instance? Is there anything LumaFusion can't do for radio that you wish that it could?
No. LumaFusion is perfect for radio. Ferrite is also perfect for radio. But Ferrite is mainly an audio app. And for people working only with radio, Ferrite is gold. But for people working on both sides with TV and radio production, you get both in one app. So that's the reason why I usually go for LumaFusion. I use another app called Twisted Wave, and I use Ferrite. So it depends on my needs. The good thing about Ferrite is that you have the auto duck function, but that has also come across now for the latest release of LumaFusion. So they are kind of competing towards each other on the audio side, but I think all of these apps are good. So I would recommend both LumaFusion and Ferrite and Twisted Wave.
Very good. If you were giving advice to a budding journalist who might meet with some level of opposition, choosing my words carefully, what would the advice be about kind of getting started with shooting with the phone and editing with the phone?
I didn't understand the question. If I met a journalist...
So if you met a journalist who had seen your presentation today and thought, wow, this guy's doing some really interesting things, I'd like to give that a go, right? But they might be facing some opposition in their newsroom, as we know has happened sometimes. What advice would you give them?
Well, the most on the top of my heart advice would be tell your bosses that they are boomers. Which is not a good way of building a great relationship, but try it anyway. Whatever the bosses tell you, if a boss or anyone says that's impossible, then do your best to counterproof it. And when you really get a hang of it, nobody will notice the difference anyway. I have had a lot of, in the early days, we didn't tell anybody that it was shot on phone, and nobody noticed. So, and now it's kind of, it's quite common that things are shot on phone. So we don't tell it today either. But the great thing about the phone is that it's so easy and you carry it with you and you can use it all the time. So you can use it for practicing and training and you learn all the techniques. I mean, it's not about the tool you use, it's about how you structure your storytelling. And that is really unique with the phone. It brings the storytelling basically literally into your hands.
Very good. Okay, I'm not going to drag it out. Your social media accounts are basically all popping up on screen now. So if people want to reach out to you and ask you more questions, including more about your heat pack, then they can. I was going to ask you about ND filters and stuff, but we'll try and dip into the essential kit and everything that you would take with you as on a shoot a little bit later when you come back. We'll leave it there, John. We'll see you in about 30 minutes for the panel discussion. Okay. Thank you so much.
See you.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. So from the shores of the beautiful northern part of Norway now to Finland, where Sara Rantanen from MTV is standing by. Hello, Sara.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
Fine. Wide awake.
It's practically morning there at this stage, is it? What should I even ask what time it is?
It's 1:30 in the morning.
1:30 in the morning.
Well, I'm a night owl. Or what?
Night owl. Oh, that's good. Well, that makes two of us, so that's good. Well, hopefully some other people on this side of the pond are basically staying up to join into us as well. So we've known each other for a couple of years, Sarah. I know that you have been a maverick and a pioneer in the same way that John has, but within MTV. There's you and Kita, who basically have been, proving everybody wrong when it comes to mobile. Do you want to share a little bit of your story?
Yeah, here we go. So why is that like that? It doesn't look good.
It's okay. You need to hit.
Oh, no. Yeah, I need to hit present.
That's it. That's it.
All right. Now I'm there. Oh, I need my notes too, because, yes, the story is, it started long ago, since I was born in 1967. I want to tell you how I became a mobile journalist. It happened yesterday. 2 days ago, I was a wannabe mobile journalist, but here is my little story. When I was little, hold on, how come something wrong with my presentation? It doesn't work. Oh, there it is. When I was little, we had in the house, we had phone and we had a camera, mostly used by my mom, but really weird. It doesn't, oh, okay, good. Let's see if I can get through this. Okay, mostly used by my mom. And when I showed interest in the devices, I was allowed to use them. With the camera, I started creating masterpieces such as this one. Even though the early photographic achievements weren't that great, I got interested in making pictures with a camera. More importantly, there were always stories around me when I grew up. My parents were great storytellers, and I have vivid memories of occasions that occurred long before I was born. That's because the stories were told so well that I thought I was there even though I wasn't. So I can still hear my mom or dad's voice saying, "Did I ever tell you when?" And then I knew I wanted to be a storyteller myself. I wanted to be a journalist because I get to tell they get to tell the stories and they get to speak to a microphone. I was not even in school yet when I practiced saying Saara Rantanen, New York, Saara Rantanen, New York, using my jumping rope handle as a microphone. I had heard grown-up news people saying their name and a name of a city like New York in the radio news. So I thought it was required skill for a radio reporter. So I practiced. And when I started at the University of Jyväskylä majoring in journalism, I always picked all the radio courses because I thought I would be a radio reporter, which I was for quite a few years. Then in 2004, I said at work that I would like to try TV. I got my chance and never returned to radio. So there I was, telling stories with pictures on a national TV network. I was working with cameramen and film editors. In 2017, my colleague Raija Kantomaa asked me if I wanted to go to MojoCon in Galway, Ireland with her. And I said, sure, what's that? And she explained, and we traveled to Galway. That is how I was introduced to mobile journalism. And I got really excited about it, right there and then in Galway. And I did not have a phone good enough to do video, so I borrowed one. And this footage we've been watching for a couple of minutes now is the very first piece I ever made. After that, I have studied hard to become a professional mobile journalist. I have learned a lot. I still have a lot to learn. Yeah, it's a jump to next slide. But, oh, there it is. I've been studying at home on my own because at work I've been reporting lately on coronavirus related things with these super professionals like Esa, Santtu and Rauno. I want to do Mojo stories because phone is such a little gadget and people are not afraid of it. You may get close with it and catch, if you're lucky, you catch a feeling like in this little moment last summer. Oh, what happened? This is wrong, please. Can I go back? For a long time, our newsroom did not want any mobile journalism in TV, except for live view, direct reports from all over the world. Me and some of my colleagues have been advocating for mobile journalism, taking courses and participating in Mojo Fest. Once I have been told, if it was up to me, you would not be taking this course. But it was not up to him, and I took the course. So mobile journalism never was a crown jewel where I work. Having said that, it is really quite funny that the next bit is shown on that I shot on my summer vacation with my phone, was shown on TV for about 300 times. Here we go. The director of the morning show wanted it for going over from the show itself to the commercials. This was not, of course, very nice of me to smuggle material in like that, but the director and me kept it amongst us and it looked good on TV. Well, last October, me and a few of my colleagues were in Ireland on Mojo Fest tour, diving deep into wonders of mobile journalism. And it was just then when it happened, a storm named Lorenzo caught up with us in the southwestern parts of Ireland. Me and my friend and colleague Gitta Alford started to work on a story. We found the people to interview. Both of us shot some footage with FiLMiC. I did most of the reporting work and Gitta edited it with the story with Luma. But the connection was really weak and getting the story over to Helsinki was painfully difficult. Since we were participating in a mobile journalism course, we had the best helpers in the world and the story made it to 10 o'clock news. Let's check out how it was aired. There is a little thing with the sound, but never mind. It is mostly Finnish anyways. I have to work on the sound now. Hold on a sec. Now we should have the sound on.
Atlantilla Azorien saariryhmässä tuhoa tehnyt hurrikaani Lorenzo tavoittaa Irlannin länsirannikon ensi yönä.
Laantuneenakin Lorenzo on jo rikkonut ennätyksiä. Koskaan aiemmin eivät hurrikaanin rippeet ole edenneet näin voimakkaina näin pohjoiseen.
Tuosta suunnasta tuulee ja kovaa. Sieltä tulevat hurrikaani Lorenzon viimeiset rippeet. Tuulet ovat kuitenkin niin voimakkaita, että aallot tulevat olemaan valtavia. Ja tästä Spanish Pointista täällä Irlannin länsirannikolla onkin muodostunut myrskymatkailun keskus.
We do have extra business on our food and beverage. People are coming to the area to look at the storm. So it's increasing our food and beverage business.
Ihmiset tulevat sisämaasta jopa tuntien ajomatkan päästä ihailemaan luonnon voimia. Paikallisille myrsky merkitsee toisenlaista varautumista, sillä sähkökatkoja on odotettavissa.
Handles. We would stock up with gas if you have electricity, because the power cuts usually happen.
Tällä hetkellä on voimassa toiseksi korkein myrskyvaroitus, mutta sen arvellaan nousevan yön tuntien aikana korkeimpaan luokkaan.
I was sad but not surprised the company policy on mobile journalism did not change, even though we did this great story. So my solution was to shoot footage all the time and slip the material in my TV reports without asking anybody's permission. I think everybody knows about it, but I haven't been neither punished nor thanked for it. Another thing is that I publish my little stories on social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Like this one. I wonder how I get to that. Yeah, right there. This one I did last summer. I got home from Galway Mojo Fest at midnight. The following morning at 6, I flew to Lapland and walked 2 days to this location to volunteer work with the Wilderness Hut. I did this there, and here are English subtitles so everybody can understand. So all talking and lobbying I did not help at all. But now I am a mobile journalist. Yoo-hoo for that, for the MTV News here in Helsinki, Finland. It is all because of coronavirus. First, I was asked to work on as a video journalist. So I learned to use Sony X70 camera and edit it on laptop using Premiere. Yesterday, I was told that I can do as I please. I picked up my phone and everything went really badly. My interviewee stood me up. I had wrong presets on when I started to shoot material, but the sounds were great. The story is about car services running out of spare parts, or this was the starting point, but it turned out that there are plenty of spare parts around. This is what I came up with last night for this morning's news. I did not have time to subtitle it, so you can see the footage.
Koronaviruksen aiheuttama tilanne vaikuttaa myös autohuoltoihin. Tavallisimpia kuluvia osia on hyvin eri automerkkien huolloissa ja uusia saadaan niin kauan kuin kansainväliset kuljetukset Euroopan sisällä toimivat. Sen sijaan erikoisosien saaminen lentorahtina Kaukoidästä on lähes mahdotonta.
Autohuoltojen kysyntä on laskenut ja monet yritykset ovat joutuneet turvautumaan lomautuksiin. Kun koronaviruksen leviämisen estämiseksi rajoitettiin ihmisten liikkumista ja ihmiset jäivät kotiin etätöihin, ei autohuoltojen kysyntä ole ollut entisensä. Autohuoltoa ei tarvitse lykätä varaosien puutteen takia, tavallisimpia kuluvia osia riittää.
Ja nämä keskusvarastot, kun on tuotu Eurooppaan, niin se on vielä ihan niin kuin hanskattavissa tämmöinen 2-3 kuukauden jakso, mutta sitten siinä vaiheessa, kun ne keskusvarastojen täydennykset ei enää toimi, sanotaan nyt vaikka japanilaismerkkien tai meidän tien osalta niin korjasta ja sitten niitä osia tulekaan, niin sitten ollaankin ihmeessä.
Mutta onpa osia, joiden kanssa on hankaluuksia jo nyt.
Jos mietitään jotain tiettyä korvamerkattua varaosaa, joka on niin sanotusti harvemmin liikkuva, joku mittarista tai muu, joka tehdään vartavasti siihen autoon, niin sen kanssa voi olla ongelma, koska tehtaathan on kiinni.
Ja vaikka osa löytyisikin, voi sen rahtaaminen käydä ylivoimaiseksi tai ainakin hyvin hitaaksi.
Jos me tarvitaan lentotilauksella tilata joku kiireinen osa, niin tietysti kun lennot on vain jäissä, niin ei me niitä asiakas saada. Ne on maakuljetus on ainoa.
Varaosia siis riittää toistaiseksi, mutta ei loputtomiin.
Sulkutoimenpiteet sanotaan, että menee kesän yli, niin sitten varmasti tulee olemaan joidenkin osien kohdalla saatavuusongelmia.
There we go. That was my first official mobile journalist story on TV news here in Helsinki, MTV3 News. And I'm really happy it happened. It was a rocky road, tough job, but I made it. It was like well after midnight. It was all done with all the difficulties I had. So it I used more time than I should have, but it was the first of a kind. So anyway, I keep talking about, last summer vacation I spent in Lapland and on the island that is located in the northern part of the Baltic Sea. Here is the raw material of that. This is my summer. I let it roll for you. I keep talking about mobile journalism every chance I get. Film editors and cameramen are not necessarily happy with my message. I keep telling them mobile journalism is not here to take their place, but to fill a void. There are lots of stories around that will never be told unless Mojos do the job. So here I am, finally a mobile journalist with 1.5 reports published. It took a lot of work to get here. First I heard of mobile journalism was in 2017, and since yesterday I have been a mobile journalist at MTV News. In this Mobile Creator Summit, you have heard people talking who know their way around mobile journalism way better than me. They say an old dog can't learn new tricks, but all journalists can. I am a living example. Get excited, get shooting, start shooting, the rest will follow. I let people see my best shots only. For every nice second, there are like many minutes of really bad footage. But the only way to learn is to practice. And these are all practice work that I've been doing over the summer, just for the fun of it. And now I have this footage, should I need it in some case. I have my future Mojo work cut out for me. I will tell the little stories. I want to be the and finally lady of 7 o'clock news. And I shall advocate for mobile journalism forever. Thank you.
I love it. You know, this footage that you've done, is this your daughter? You said that basically is roasting the marshmallows.
Yeah.
You could probably make a small fortune if you put those onto some of the stock archive library services online, because I mean the footage is beautiful, and even though it is low light, certainly on my screen I can't see that digital noise that everyone rants about in relation to mobile footage at all. I mean the colors are striking and beautiful in it, and I would have to tip my hat and say I hugely admire your determination, because I think that is probably the single most important skill that you need to be able to make a success of this. You just have to be really, really slow to be able to take no as an answer. So I love your tenacity and determination. I think that is a testimony to you. Can I bring you back a small little bit? So in some ways you've answered some of the questions I was going to ask, but another way I'm kind of interested to kind of tease out a little bit more. So in the area where you film, like, do you have normally a camera crew assigned to you, or are you now full-time VJ/Mojo?
I can choose.
You can choose?
Yeah, if I feel like, doing with a real cameraman and ENGs, so I get to do that. But if I feel like mojoing away, I can mojo. Or if I want to be a video journalist, I can be a video journalist, or mix these.
That's that's quite a nice privilege or a place to be perfectly honest. It kind of is good. Before you started the VJ Mojo process, were you already self-editing? Like, were you cutting your stories every night? No, so the camera person normally did that.
No, I always, first the cameraman and I go out, then I will come back and I do the script, and then I have another person, the film editor, who actually does the cutting or editing.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to do is get my mindset into the current solution within MTV and how Mojo, I guess, maybe butts up against that a little bit, and that was part of where I was trying to go with this. So, what is it you think that is stopping management from embracing it? I mean, clearly they've eased their position somewhat in the last 2 years, because now they have, albeit not necessarily making it policy, they've basically facilitated you and said, okay, go do what you want. What do you think has been the resistance?
I think the lack of knowledge. They think that it's no good. You cannot do good job with, it's a phone, it's not a camera. That sort of thing, I think. But once they get to know it, they must admit that, okay, it's great, you can do it.
Okay, yeah, very good. And you're not the only person, are you? I mean, obviously Kitta, because the background to this obviously is the tour that you joined as a spin-off from Mojo Fest. That Kitta has been on it twice as well. Is she also now kind of actively embracing Mojo? Or?
Yeah. Since coronavirus lockdown and all that stuff. She has, I think, she has done 5 stories so far.
Oh, great. Okay.
Like Mojo total. And I have done 2 with video, and now the spare part thing on phone yesterday.
Okay, really good. I know people are sending questions in, so I'll turn to the audience and see what our first one is. Stephen Sambert, what has been the most challenging part about learning Mojo?
Oh, easy. The presets. I always get them wrong.
You know the hack. You know the hack. We showed you the hack, did we? About long pressing on the app. You know. All right. Okay.
When I'm taking a course, I'm like a star student. I can do it. But when I go out for real, I forget everything because I'm so I don't know. It's exciting, even though I know I can do it. I mess it up every time.
But you know what? I think one of the most important things about learning is that, one, you give yourself the opportunity to make mistakes because you learn from those mistakes, and 2, it's the fail better kind of philosophy. You know, the only way that you get better at this is practice, and eventually it'll become like muscle memory, as it has for the likes of Philip and others, who, when you do it often enough, what now seems like a big task to deal with all this technical stuff, all that kind of starts to fall away, and it just becomes muscle memory. Your energy does revert back into just focusing 100% of the story. That's the good news. That's I think you're. I mean, there's another question. Sorry, here, question from Go Gaga or Go GAA. I'm going to go with the latter one. Question for Sarah: does anyone on your team use Android for their Mojo work, and if so, what apps do they use?
The answer is no. Everybody is on iPhone, but the market share of iPhones is something like 26% in Finland. So it is likely that in some time, not too distant future, somebody will be doing Android, but not yet anybody I know.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. The workflow as well. Are you editing on the phone, or are you doing what some of the others are doing and basically moving your content off to LumaFusion on an iPad?
I do it on the phone. Or, yes, last night I was so tired that my finger couldn't hit the right spot on the screen. I transferred all the material in laptop and did it with Premiere.
Yeah, I mean,
so I can use the mouse.
Yeah, but do you know about the? I think I might have gotten into trouble last week for revealing some of the new features that LumaFusion is bringing out really soon. But in fairness, Terry announced it on a podcast like the day before. But if you have an iPad Pro, the new version of LumaFusion will have keyboard shortcuts with an adapter you can plug in a mouse. Although to a certain extent, there's some little tiny piece of me saying the whole thing has been getting used to the tactile interface. You know, I mean that's the beauty of it. But anyway, whatever works.
You know, there are people who are early adopters. I'm late adopter. I have still iPhone 6.
Well, now hopefully on the back of the stuff that you've done over the last 2 days, management will see the wisdom in giving you the tools to allow you to continue to push boundaries. That's what I can hope for anyway. There's a question here from Alan Waterman. He says, amazing that Sarah is running up against this old style thinking from her network. It's more of a statement, I guess, than a question, but it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon though, is it? I mean, here's the thing. I mean, even Mike Castellucci this morning, he mentioned that in the TV networks that he's worked in the States, there's still a lot of resistance. People feel threatened by the idea of using a mobile for professional TV news production. I guess they missed the whole, the business economics side of it, which is, this is how I sold at North. So if you have 20 cameramen and you have 120 journalists, if you give the journalists iPhones and teach them how to use them, you have 140 cameras. It's a no-brainer. So it's pretty simple math there, you know. But anyway, some just don't get that philosophy. What can I tell you?
Yeah. And I've been trying to tell at work that my doing Mojo is not a threat; it's an addition.
Exactly.
We get more stuff out, more interesting stories. We need the real, professional cameramen. They are not going anywhere. We need them still. But there are little stories that can be very well done the way I do.
Yeah, and I would agree 100% with you as well. And the projects that I have worked with, including actually one at BBC, part of the strategy was this idea of leveraging the fact that you have more storytellers. And because you have more storytellers, you potentially have more news gathering reach, and you can get more niche communities and, more kind of topical or human interest led stories. They don't have to go on television. That's the other beauty of it. They can. If you hit the technical standards, fine, they can, but they don't have to. It's additional content for the service in general. And I think that's where there's a huge missed opportunity. But anyway, listen, everyone else is standing by. I can see, oh wait, now Troy is just hit me with the question, Troy Sievers. Once you have all your raw footage, what is your workflow?
It's a messy one.
Go on, talk us through it.
Well, I go through, see what I have, and I pick out all the nice pieces that I have, and I put them on edit line, and then I think about how I write the script so I get to use all the best shots. So I write to the footage. Good. And not use the footage to cover my writing. And that's it really. And then I just, kill your darling sort of thing, get rid of the not so beautiful ones and the ones that don't work very well. And that's it really.
That's really good. I mean, I would comment as well, again, Philip's stuff in relation to shooting from mobile first, but being able to version for television. A huge part of that strategy and that philosophy is to basically shoot using the vocabulary of television in the images, so lots of wides, mids, and close-up shots. And if you lead with pictures, which in some organizations I find an awful lot of pushback against that because they're used to doing voiceover-led first stories. But if you can lead with pictures, that means that the social media edit versus the TV edit can be an awful lot easier because the pictures tell the story. Exactly as you just said, Sarah, you use your voice to add to the pictures as opposed to the other way around, which is a really good strategy. Anyway, it is late. I know it's super late there in Finland, but thank you so much for sharing your story. You're an inspiration, and I really hope that people will look at what you've done and find it as an encouragement and also proof that when you're determined, like, you can move mountains. That's the key thing, or hike across them in your case.
Yeah, I prefer the latter.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I might bring the rest of the panel back in. I know that I can see that Nico is standing by, and hopefully John Inge is there as well. Let's see, John Inge is there and Philip is there, and there's everybody. Okay, great. I know it's very late, guys, so I won't drag it out for the sake of filling time, but there have been quite a lot of questions over the course of the session. But I'm going to start with a kind of a slightly open-ended but sidewinder one. We're 10 years into this. Like, some of us have been banging our heads against this brick for quite a long time. What do you think needs to happen to make it the Eureka moment? Is COVID enough? Nobody. Good. Let me just.
I'll raise my arm
for a minute, honestly.
I raised my arm.
Go on.
Yeah, I think that in spite of having 10 years of struggle, I also believe that COVID now is really showing that gathering mobile content from regular citizens is more than just grabbing images from Facebook or Instagram or whatever we've been doing so far. Nico and Sarah and Leonor earlier today showed it very clearly how we can involve the audience in making stories in spite of us not being there. So I think COVID is maybe, well, there is a lot of talk about the game changer in the industry, and I think COVID will be one of the game changers, definitely.
Interesting. Philip, from your... Oh, sorry, Nico, you had your hand up. Go on.
I think that we are the game changer. A few minutes ago, I tweeted a statement from John when he said, "Don't tell your boss that you are using a mobile phone. Don't tell you are doing mobile. Just show him how good is your visual storytelling." That's the point. I mean, big organizations have pros and cons, and we can wait the organization to change. We have to change them from inside, step by step a day. We have to believe in what we do, and we have to push for great visual content, visual storytelling. That's the key.
I will get to you, Philip, but I just follow up on that, Nico. I mean, the one question I didn't get to ask you is how many people in RAI are like you and would embrace mobile together with other cameras?
Honestly, if John is a Maverick, I'm an Iceman. Like in Top Gun. I mean,
okay, I'm seeing a trend here.
We honestly are a minority, but I mean, I think I'm the only one. But I see a lot of colleagues using their phone in a way that at the end of the day, their picture go into the workflow. We have to work on that potential. We have to rise their level. We have to give them the right apps We have to give them Luma Fusion. We have to teach them FiLMiC Pro and not just using the NTSC onboard camera. That's the point. And my classes at Rome Press Club, very often I find my own colleagues. So there is a lot of potential. We have just to work on it. And I think this emergency can be a game changer on one side. Let people understand how, like people, I mean colleagues, understanding how important is to be self-sufficient. I learned it in the crisis area. Now crisis is here and they can learn. They can, I mean, I have a lot of people calling and we talk on the phone. How can I record a good audio, which I have to send to the editing room for my piece? These are the leverage we have to, let's say, use right now.
Mm-hmm. Philip, I'm going to put you on the spot to a certain extent, but I'm going to highlight one thing that you said, which is the beauty of the made by mobile for mobile workflow. So my question to you is this: like, again, after a long time of convincing the engineers to allow mobile into the broadcast infrastructure and the whole file conversion thing from progressive to interlace happen, did we miss a trick and not realize that in fact mobile for mobile is a platform in its own right, and TV, as you do now, TV is almost like the add-on as opposed to the other side around?
I think it's very interesting the way that this is developed, and the things that have caused me to change personally, and I think certainly allowed us to establish a team, is that basically technology changes and audience behavior changes, and as long as we're cognizant of that, then I think the industry itself can change. But once we start to lose sight of how the audience is behaving and how the industry is behaving, and how technology is developing, I think that's a problem. So I think at this particular juncture, we have this where mobile should be considered a platform, and then within mobile, obviously there are all the individual platforms. So yeah, I mean, again, this hasn't happened because we designed it as such. This has happened because that's how the audience is behaving.
But I think reacting to that, exactly to say, reacting to that audience behavior change is key to survival in the current climate. Do you not think? I mean, I don't want to put people on the spot to talk about linear audience decline numbers, but I mean, the last EBU event I was at, which is a little while back, like most stations across Europe are showing 4 to 5% year-on-year decline in linear viewership. If that trend continues over 10 years, that's an awful lot of people not watching the TV anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the very nature of this story that we are all covering at the moment, which is probably the biggest story that any of us have really ever covered because of just of it's a global story. It's affecting every aspect of our lives. And inevitably, right now, people are consuming this story on each and every platform. TV audiences are huge. Mobile audiences are huge. The online audience is huge. People are listening to radio all the time. So suddenly we're in this where the appetite for the story, because of the nature of the story, it is enormous. But outside of this story, back in the life before coronavirus world, certainly observationally, and what the stats were telling us is that there are swathes of the audience in each and every demographic who are no longer watching television, no longer listening to radio, no longer even going to a sort of conventional website. All their content, all their consuming of journalism is through their phone. And suddenly the need for that content to be optimized so that they can totally appreciate it on their phone is really important. And I think that for us is still a work in progress. But thinking about how a story looks on a phone with the added conceit of having shot it on a phone, it is kind of interesting because when we're filming on a phone, although we are still filming, as I said before, in a sort of television style, you are thinking about ultimately what it's going to look like on the mobile that people are going to actually watch it. So interesting times, but again, I think it's audience behavior and technology which are the drivers in this. Our job within the industry is to try to to react to it, observe what the audience is telling us, try and maximize what technology allows us to do, and then see if we can bring all our expertise as storytellers, all our expertise as journalists to this sort of new space. That's the challenge for us, I think.
Would you say, or would you agree with the idea that the response from soliciting, let's call it supported UGC, like the stuff that Leonor spoke about earlier, is effectively like this huge media literacy project that might potentially have ramifications further down the line? Because what she's been doing, and I was actually involved in a similar project here, is empowering people to tell stories in exactly the same style that you have all learned as television professionals. They're seeing their content end up on screen. And if the project that Nick Garnett did with BBC Radio 5 Live with Ebola a few years ago is anything to go by, once people get a taste of that, once they understand the vocabulary of television and they understand they can do it, they tend to want to do it more. So we could effectively see, an explosion in people deciding that they want to tell more stories on the local level.
I think so, and I think there's enormous potential for it. Certainly, we're doing a lot of it. What we're finding, and I can only, in comparison to how we actually teach mobile journalism, we've kind of really, if we were teaching colleagues or training colleagues or on a peer-to-peer basis, maybe we overcomplicate it, because when we're now telling members of the public that we need this, this, and this, we've completely streamlined the whole process. They get it. They understand that, with a bit of guidance, they can get, because basically the phone does a lot of the job for them. Basically, point it in the right direction, hold it steady, just,
hold it horizontal.
What's not too hard about that? I mean, we're also in a space as well at the moment where a lot of the sensibilities, a lot of the high-end sensibilities that we apply in our work have kind of gone out of the window when it comes to you're basically after the content, and if they can give you the content, we can add the polish, but the important thing is the content, because there is no way that we're going to capture some of the extraordinary footage that's emerging, because it's absolutely happening within families or within hospitals. There's no way that we can get there, but technology is there already and humans are there. So, let's use them to get the footage for us.
It's the perfect storm. John Inge, you were going to come in on that.
Yeah, because what I've noticed is that a few years ago when Leonor Suarez did her show on Astoria television, everything was marked in the top corner with Fotografia des Mobile, or photo with mobile. And the same thing we did in Norwegian Broadcasting with things that we got from the audience. It said private video or filmed by a mobile phone. And all those things kind of vanished now. Nobody cares about the device you use to take the image. And as Philip said, I think also the technology is playing on our side. I was doing recently, just a few weeks ago, a test drive with my phone to test the stability, what you call it, the stabilizer. Yeah, the stabilizer in the phone from an alpine slope, which is something that not even a decent gimbal would be able to compensate because of the wind and the speed and everything. So all the micro motors couldn't adjust for the frame. But the footage with the phone was so dead steady. So all those days with film, with mobile and shaky shots, those days are over. And I think we will have an enormous amount of user-generated content in the industry in the years to come.
Very good. Okay, I better start taking some questions from the panel, from the audience, because I know some have come in.
Yeah, that's right.
Gisela, how are you? Hi from Ecuador. Great intervention. Do you think Mojo has also helped to involve more women in the camera job?
Yes.
Sarah, I'm going to ask you that one first. Yeah, come on, let's hear it.
Yeah, so all these years that I have worked for TV, and it's quite a few years now, I have only had one female cameraman with me. And now that we are in Mojo, it's me, it's Gitta, it's Raya. So the number is now 3 in MTV News alone. So women are in Mojo more than in ENG cameras.
I've always held the same belief that when video journalism started to come into RTE, we were trying to choose a camera that would work for everybody. And we consulted a 50-50 panel of male and female journalists to get their input. And it swung on one vote, and it was one female journalist who voted for the bigger camera. So we ended up going with the bigger camera. And I remember the paradox, and I remember calling her aside after saying, like we gave you a great small camera, this would fit in your handbag. Why would you not take it? And she went, because the cameraman would never speak to me again. I was like, okay, wow, yeah, boom, boom. This is a true story. But I mean, it's exactly that. It's accessible. You already have it. Like there's absolutely no barrier to entry. So it is a source of constant bewilderment to me that more and more women are not actually jumping on this, or if they are, we don't know about them. But if you're out there, please do get in touch. We'd like to hear your story. But anyway,
I actually half of. It's a small team, admittedly, but half of the team in RTE are women. And that gives us, just by having a mixed demographic, mixed in terms of male, female, mixed in terms of ages, it just really sort of, I think it gives you more scope for who tells what story, or how it gives you maybe extra degrees of insight. And certainly in terms of doing certain stories, I think there are enormous opportunities, because certainly every public service broadcaster across Europe right now, if you looked at the kind of standard audience demographic, it's pretty much 55 plus, it's skewed male, and consequently, and if you think, half the world's population are women, so why isn't it evening it out? And I do think mobile journalism, just from an accessibility point of view, and for all sorts of other reasons as well. I mean, it really does open doors, and I think for women filmmakers, it's never been more important to have more women telling stories. And to me, this is the logical gateway to do that.
I thought that was one of the most interesting takeaways when I did that interview with Dima Khattab from AJ Plus. Her key message was that their workforce is 50-50 gender balanced, and pretty much every nationality in the world is represented on the team. And she said that key to diversity translates into the way that they cover stories, because there's someone who's an expert on something, on everything and every country as a result of the workforce. It's the recipe, really want to look into. Nico, you've been waiting to talk, sorry.
I want to say three quick things. First of all, if we have the chance later in the panel to talk about also ND filters. Sorry, something which is very important. I feel I want to say it. But coming back to the question, two things. First of all, until yesterday, before the crisis, we were in a deep crisis. I mean, every TVs in the world, every newspaper, every news outlet was struggling with budget. From tomorrow, honestly, we have to tell ourselves the truth, would be worse. So DJs, Mojo, and things like that will be the future, because will be a way to cut costs and to do stories otherwise would be impossible to cover because of budget reasons. About the Mojo is more inclusive, I think so, but generally speaking, less weight. Carrying less weight with you means carrying less, means working longer, gives you more of a focus. Your mind is sharper. You can work better. So it's not just it's not just a chance to include more women. It's also a chance of working. Better, longer, and without wasting energy with too much weight, which of course is something I do all the time, considering the stuff that I have behind me and I carry with me all the time.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
About women, we need not only women, but women of different ages. In our case, we are all our 40s and 50s. So, but if we had girls or young ladies in their 20s or 30s, their perspective to the life is different from ours, and that would give more views than the old ladies like myself can do.
Yeah, I think age diversity is also really, really important. I think you're absolutely right on that. Yeah. Let's take some more questions. That's okay. So Jason Rendon for the panel. When you go out and about to cover a story, do you ad hoc filming? Do you ad hoc film of an event, or do you have a basic outline, a storyboard that you follow that guides or helps you decide what to film? So do you shoot ad hoc or do you storyboard? Go, John Inge, yeah.
I'll start with that one because when I was fresh as a TV journalist many years ago, I won't even mention how many, I tried to figure out the story in advance. And then every time I came out in the real world working with news, and suddenly it appeared to me that the story is not what I thought it was when I jotted down the storyboard. So I needed some way to adapt into reality and not into trying to describe the world as I would like it to be. So I shoot it mostly ad hoc, but I always search, and that's part of the experience. You start searching for the good sound bites, the short sentences, the sound you can make the edit within. And also when people say something, if they answer in 35, 40 seconds length of the answer, then you reframe your question and ask it once again. And you also include, could you please say it a little shorter, and force the interviewee to actually be within 17 seconds. So I don't use storyboard anymore, but I had the storyboard in my head. And the good thing about being a VJ is that when I'm done filming, I know what's on the rushes, so I know how to edit.
Yeah, that's the benefit of self-shooting, effectively, isn't it? You already know exactly what you have in the can, so to speak. Philip, do you have tuppence to throw into that one? Sarah, I'll come to you. Yeah.
No, I definitely identify with what John was saying there. For me, it's at this stage, having shot hundreds and hundreds of stories, it's quite an organic process. I think I don't storyboard, or if I do storyboard, it's a very loose storyboard in my head. You're open to ideas as to how the story might develop. And I think what John says about sort of hearing sound bites and knowing you're going to use them almost as you record them, I can definitely identify with that. You know, you're looking for those little nuggets as you film that you know are going to make the edit. And I think there's nothing wrong with storyboarding. It's just not something I do. And I have to say, actually, for the kind of stories that we do, if you break down a news report doesn't necessarily need that many constituent parts. But it certainly helps if you can, you know, the basics, that you know that you have a certain amount of time, a certain amount of material that you need, but you don't necessarily have to overthink it, I don't think.
Sarah, you wanted to come in on that.
Yeah, I always have some kind of a thought. I have like pre-written script in my head when I go out, and then it might be the case, or the real world is totally different. But you know, you need to rule to break the rule, so sort of thing. So I always start with an idea, and if the real world doesn't support my idea, I change my idea.
Yeah, I think that's a very good pragmatic approach. Yeah, Nico, what's your take? Do you go out with a storyboard, or do you?
Yeah, storyboard is in my mind, but I know that the moment you go on the field, the moment you meet the people, there is something which has changed, or there is something you didn't expect, and there is that spark which goes into your mind. You understand something new, and you want to do it differently. But again, controlling the process, shooting and then editing makes everything, a lot easier. People think that one-man show is complicated. Indeed it is. But at the end of the day, it's a lot easier, because you know which picture you have when you are going to write your piece, and you know which picture you have and which text and which quotes you have when you are going to edit.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's take another panel question. Skip Hunt again. A question for everyone who's still editing on a laptop versus using Luma Fusion. Everyone kind of edited on the go there as we went. But anyway, yeah, John Inge, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I do both, of course. And it's pretty much like when I use the camera. I use every camera that works. And when I edit on the device I have in hand, and that works. So I edit on Mac. I use iMovie. I use Premiere Pro. I use Luma Fusion on the phone. Well, if it works, I'll use it. everything to get the story out.
That's a sensible approach, Philip. I think you've already intimated that you work predominantly in LumaFusion on an iPad Pro. Do you still use Avid in the newsroom as well, or are you pretty much now LumaFusion all the way?
Avid is the predominant system in the newsroom, but it's not part of our workflow. So that's because everything that we're doing, its original stories, we're creating it. So it wouldn't make much sense for us to absorb stuff that's in the newsroom system already and bring it into our system, just from a workflow perspective. So for a long time, when I was starting in Mojo, I always used to film on the phone and then edit on a laptop. And I have to say, the arrival of LumaFusion, which to my mind is effectively a desktop editor on a mobile device, was the kind of the light bulb moment where I thought, actually, I don't need to edit on a laptop anymore, because basically I've got all the capabilities now on my device.
Yeah, very good. Sarah, I think you mentioned that you like last night, for instance, you said that you cut on the laptop, but you also have the option of cutting on the phone as suits. So would you also be a pragmatist and just adapt to the situation?
Yes, of course. Like yesterday, I just had to, because I was too tired. I couldn't hit my finger to the right spot. But I prefer LumaFusion simply because I know it best. I'm a sort of a beginner with Premiere Pro.
Okay, well, that's a good answer as well. Okay, let's take another question. So Alan, he says, for journalistic reasons, don't we still have to distinguish whether it was shot by a journalist or a citizen? Anybody?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm just coming in on that one. Sorry. We are crediting, or there would be a courtesy credit to sort of, or there may be a way of scripting it that would let the audience know that this wasn't us who was filming it. So I think that's a sort of journalistic sensibility in all of this. But right now, there are effectively whole programs being put together from UGC, and obviously you can't just keep, putting up courtesies throughout it all. So I think that's one of the things that maybe the industry will have to address on the other side of this, if we get to a point where just the wide use and wide acceptance of UGC just becomes the norm because of the crisis that we're in.
I think you... Well,
go ahead, John. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think you will spot the difference. And mostly because packages shot by journalists and photographers will be edited, and it will be a completely different style, and you have a tone, a voice, a way to do it. But already today we are not crediting citizens. It says the name of the citizen, and we are not a big country, so most people know who works with the story, and when they hear my voice, they usually recognize my footage as well. And if I use other people's footage, of course I would have the name of that people, but it rarely says shot by a citizen, unless it's kind of hidden camera and private eye, and yeah.
Interesting. Nico, any comments on that one?
Yes, the war in Syria changed everything, because the conflict in Syria was the first big event which was impossible to be covered on the field. On one side, you had Al-Qaeda and ISIS. On the other side, you had the government who didn't release any visas to go on the field. So the big, AP, Reuters, the big news wires started putting in the wire user-generated content, saying we can't independently verify that it was shot in Aleppo that day and blah, blah, blah. After a few months, the situation didn't change. So EBU, included EBU, European Broadcasting Union, they put together stuff only to check that type of, to verify those video sources. And the same thing is happening now. Of course, as a journalist, we have to declare that it's not something we have done, and we have to verify that footage. But It's part of the game. There is another question in the flow saying, what about, I mean, interviews and Zoom? That's the same thing. But what makes the difference? Learning shots. The way we put everything together has to be done in a professional way.
I would certainly say my observation in the amount of stuff that we've seen on our television sets, I would certainly prefer to see stuff that's shot on phone than what seems to have now become the standard Skype interview setup where it's badly framed and you're looking up someone's nostrils and
yes,
my preference every day will be for the stuff that's shot on a phone, I'm afraid.
Yeah, those Skype interviews, I've been trying to say that it's our responsibility as a journalist to advise the person we are interviewing. Could you please stand up or go lower or whatever, so that the shot looks nice. So it's really terrible, and I'm sure that the interviewees don't enjoy seeing like showing off their nostrils or something. So it would be really like proper good behavior from us to like advise them how to be.
To get the best result. Okay, let's take one more question from the audience and then we may wrap it up. Johan Johnson, what's your opinion on shooting editing in 1:1 aspect ratio to use on multiple platforms? Ooh, interesting.
I don't have an opinion.
You don't have an opinion on that one, okay. I think, Philip, you had said that you occasionally version 2:1:1, but you very rarely shoot 1:1, I'm presuming.
We wouldn't shoot 1:1 because, again, there's an expectation that our stories may end up on television, and 16:9 gives you a lot of versatility to satisfy the needs of all the platforms. For a while, the platforms were telling us that 1:1 was their preferred version. Certainly Facebook was 1:1 preference for a long time. But then they pivot themselves, where to a degree we are, we're hostage to what the platforms decide to do. And certainly my perception from what the platforms seem to be asking for nowadays is effectively vertical video. Because they want people to use the maximum real estate of their phone when and nobody turns their phone anymore. So 1:1 could be seen as a compromise, but I think the game has slightly moved on from the world of 1:1. But if you needed to have to do something and just do one thing, then maybe 1:1 is still a good option.
1:1 in 4K. Sorry, Quentin.
I think if you have your storyboard and your outline scripted before you go out to shoot, and you know where it's going to be published, maybe 1:1 is the way to do it. But then you have a lot of rushes that is not possible to use anywhere else. So 1:1 in edit maybe as a version, but not in shooting. And with 4K, of course, you can expand into it. And I would like to, I see the time is running out, but I would like to emphasize one thing about the training and the failing that you do, because we do a lot of things in Norwegian broadcasting and in every broadcasting station, I guess, and then we just take one step back and say, we failed. But alas, there is no need to be afraid of failing. And I took a shot of a boat in the harbor the other day, and it gives a lot of hope. If you have, it's possible to have a boat called No Problem 2.
I wonder what happened to No Problem 1, though.
Exactly.
That's the question, right?
That was my thought.
That was a problem.
It's very difficult for me to listen to, honestly, to Phil Bromwell talking, because I always think Phil is on a airplane on the hills of Dublin looking for the wind phone. That's which is its most famous and most beautiful piece, I think. But one by one, I don't know. I think it's nowadays it's very complicated, because you want to go vertical, you want to go square, you have to go 16:9. I suggested also a function in FiLMiC Pro which can help this. With framing. I think it's mostly about your market. Let's say if you are in the fashion industry, or you want to talk to that niche, that market niche, You have to go one by one and vertical because Instagram is going to be your platform of choice. So it's not just a matter of technical choices. I think it's also a matter of reaching the public, finding your public and reaching it.
Very good. Okay, we have run out of time for tonight. I was going to give you the nice deep philosophical one of, you know, where will we be in 5 years' time? What would your starting advice to someone starting out be? But we're not going to get to any of those. And we were going to talk about ND filters, Nico. Do you want to take the last 30 seconds and just talk about ND filters?
Yes, very quickly. I was one of those saying, okay, no filter. I'm not a photographer. It's too complicated. Instead, a camera phone is a pinhole camera. So you need to, especially in a very sunny and bright environment like Kabul, Athens, and South Italy in the summer and so on, you need small ND filters. So to keep the shutter speed at 150 if you are in the PAL world, or 160 if you are in the NTSC world. So they are crucial. They make the difference. Otherwise, you are going to say, but it's not good. In fact, if the shutter speed is very fast, the picture are like shaking. So it's a little thing, but makes the difference. And it's not that, I mean, they are not that expensive and not complicated to be used. Just do a few dry runs at home before starting, and 150 will help you, or 160 will help you to achieve great shots.
Very good. If you're interested in this idea, and we've had several comments from people saying that they are interested to learn more about ND filters, I would direct you back to the filmmaking panel from last week, where the likes of Richard Lackey in particular, but others also, spoke at some length about what ND does to give you control basically over the exposure on a phone, and how that gives you what's known as the cinematic look, actually. So if you're interested in that, please do go back and look at it. It's available for catch up. If you go to our website, you can just scroll down and see the speakers from week 1 and watch the playback. But that brings the second session for tonight to a close. I from the deepest part of my heart, I want to thank each of you for joining me this evening and for sharing your insights and your knowledge so graciously and at such a late hour. That gang in Seattle, you see, it's just lunchtime for them. But anyway, it's all good. The last week is anything to go by. The amount of playbacks will be colossal. So I'm really looking forward to see how this resonates with the audience tomorrow. But I hugely appreciate your insights, guys, and for taking the time to join us this evening. It's been a pleasure, as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Glenn. You were a great host. I look forward to see you all in London at Mojo Fest.
Fingers crossed. Someone let me know when it's happening. I have no idea. But anyway, we'll just leave it at that. Okay. Thank you, guys. And to you at home, thank you so much for joining us and being with us for the two and a bit hours. It's been an intense day. Lots of stuff covered again. But do remember that this video will be available for catch up very, very soon on both the Luma Touch and also on the FiLMiC YouTube channels. Thank you for your participation and for your questions. I know there's been a lot of conversation in the chat room on both channels tonight. An unfortunate amount of trolling as well, but I'm afraid that's the nature of live. We have to just grin and bear. And on that bombshell, I'll bid you adieu until next Friday night and hope to see you then again.